Hit the go live button. Listen for the sound to make sure I can hear my own voice, cause I like hearing my own voice. I'm the only one who does. Hit the go live. Alright, we got the correct microphone. Everything is going well. My opponent has already done his picks, but I need to do the intro to stream. Hey everybody, I feel like shit. Don't know why that happened. Don't know how that happened. It's illegal. Alright, Grace felt like weighing in there, which is fine. Grace feels like distracting me from my duties. Alright. We are hosting, hosting? Casting? Streaming? I don't know. What do you want to call it? It's an RTK tournament. We're just the guy that shouts at it. We have Nurgle's PA, Big JP, Scroot, Samarak, Phoenix King, Ian Zero, Sharks, Marco Magno, Zigzy, Danny Loggy, myself. Can't read that name. That is not a language I understand. Hanadans, Tisdamonon, and Berserk. With that many people, I am going to pick a favorite and a dark horse. Now, yesterday I picked myself as a favorite, and I did win it all because I am the greatest player that has ever lived. But you know what? Today, I'm going to switch it up. Today's tournament favorite is still me, fuck you, but, Ian Zero. Ian Zero is my dark horse. Second greatest player of all time. Literally, he's only ever lost to me, and therefore he's gonna win today unless I win. Alright? But I'm gonna win this one too. For sure. Nurgle paying you a visit? No, if you look in our streaming history, you might see a stream last night that would give you some indication of why I'm not feeling 100% right now. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Okay, he went Ogre Kingdoms, Brett, Bretonia, Lizardmen, Band Dwarves. I'll change the scorecard in a second. It's 0-0. I just need to get the picks going. Ogre Kingdoms, Brett, Lizardmen. He didn't ban Chaos Dwarves. Is there a reason for that? Because I could just pick Chaos Dwarves. I could pick Skaven, but Lizardmen has been difficult for Skaven recently, so Ogre Kingdoms has to be my ban. Like, it's in my opinion, unplayable. So you would pick Lizardmen. That's just if I feel like playing Skaven into Lizardmen. Not really. I have some ideas on how to beat the Cal Harmon Dreadsorian healing build, but if he doesn't take that, then my build is going to be dog shit, so it's just too much of a coin flip. I don't want to do that. If I go Chaos Dwarves, what would I do? Chaos Dwarves ban Lizards? Then I don't fight Ogre Kingdoms or Brett. Sorry, I'm thinking. This is a pretty decent pick 3. And again, you out there might be like, well, obviously you should pick this faction, but I'm also factoring in what I play, right? So it's not just like, oh, Dark Elves is good here. Well, I'm a shit Dark Elves player, so that's a bad idea for me. How does Empire do? Not great. Damn, that's a tricky one. Danny, if you're out there, nice picks. Nice picks. Oh. Let's go Greenskins. Greenskin ban Ogres. Alright, I'll update the scorecards and then I will check in on chat. I cannot see you right now. My left screen is occupied by my streaming software while I change the names, and then I will be able to see your glorious faces. Okay, we have Greenskins versus Brett. Cool. Grace? Alright, she's gone. Vertical Cliff, I would have said hi to her if she was still around. Is the first map really this map? Wow, it's a huge map. Okay, peek pass. Go, Ian, go. Ooey, owie, you should have picked Owie. He banned Owie. It's literally impossible. Bretonia. What up, Zypher? Long time no see. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? I wanted to take Wurzag. Not Wurzag. I wanted to take Azhag, but then I couldn't. Couldn't bring myself to do it. Because there's just an infinitely better lord right there. Zypher, hope you're doing good. Just saw you over on the other stream. Dude, Zypher, I'm getting so tilted. I know you're European. I know that. And I accept it. I accept your flaws. Okay? I can be reasonable. But I was getting so tilted in that stream chat, man. I hate the double think. And it's not all EU people. Like, it's definitely not, you know, just like, oh man, all Europeans. But there are certain people that just piss me off where they're like, oh, North America sucks. They're so bad. They're terrible. They're trash. What a trash region. And then if you ever win, it's like, well, of course they won. They bought all their players from Korea. So, of course, if you didn't win, it would be embarrassing. It's like, you can't have it both ways. You can't. It does not work that way. Either NA's a trash region and shouldn't win, and therefore when they win, it's cool. Or NA's a good region and they bought all their talent, whatever, so they should win. You can't shit on them for being bad, and then when they win, just blow it off like, of course they were gonna win. Doesn't work that way. And I hate the fucking people that do that. I hate it. It's super annoying. Okay, I have to look for something quick. Sometimes pump wagons are banned, sometimes they aren't banned depending on tournaments, so I need to see if they're banned or not here. Because I don't want to break the rules, but pump wagons would be quite good in this matchup. Okay, they're not banned, so... I need to save 150 gold somehow. Get rid of you. Get one of you instead? No, it's not the right amount of money. My opponent's already ready. No! Help! I like this. Oh, god damn it. I have an awkward amount of gold. I have 845. If I had 5 more gold, I could just get an Orc Boar Boy big and be done with it. But I don't want to, like... I can get a Savage Orc Boar Boy, but then I have 145 gold, which is too much to use on chevrons. This sucks. I could get rid of the Broken Tusk Mob and change him to a Savage Orc Boar Boy big and save 50 gold. I don't know if that's worth it. That's the good stuff. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, good tea. Oh. What if I get rid of a squig? Where does that leave me? Sorry about the delay. This is tricky. I love Wurzag, but his cost is always, it always ends in a 5, and that makes your build really difficult. Okay, I can get a Spider Rider, upgrade a Goblin, and I'm a 0 gold spend, which is what we usually want. We'll go with the Leaf Cutters, because that's the only greenskin banner I tend to win on. Oh, good. YouTube chat's always degenerate. Yeah, dude. No, I was talking trash about EU because, like, there was a couple G2 fans in that chat that were doing that thing I was talking about. Where they were like, you know, oh, and he's so bad, lol, they're terrible. And then when they win, it's like, of course they won, because this and excuses and reasons. And I'm like, didn't G2 drop a game to PSG? And we 3-0'd them? I mean, is that not the case here? I thought everyone loves them. Everyone in NA loves them, but there's like a certain proportion of the fan base that just hates NA for the sake of hating NA. Which, like, NA has problems. I'm not trying to pretend that everybody should love NA. Like, we definitely import a lot more talent than we produce. And that, like, as an NA fan, that does bother me. My problem is like the... You know, again, the holding two completely separate beliefs at once. It's like, NA is bad, or NA is stomping people because they bought all their talent. And it's like, I'll see the same names post both. And it's like, no, no. No, no, no. You can't do both. But, yeah. Okay. Greenskins versus Brett. Last time I played this, I think it was versus Blood Penguin. He did win, which made me sad. So we're gonna try to remedy that. So, we do have Boar Boy Biggins. We have Savage Orc Boar Boys. I took those versus Blood Penguin yesterday, and he wasn't Bretoni, he was Chaos. But the same applies here. Bretoni actually doesn't have a ton of magic damage. I think Grail Guardians... I don't remember if Grail Guardians do. I know Grail Knights do. But I don't know if Grail Guardians do. They probably do. But regardless, Knights Errant and Knights of the Realm are traditionally very effective against greenskins, and the physical resist of my Savage Orc Boar Boys will help out a lot. Plus, Grail Guardians tend to be really, really good recently because of their stat buffs and such. But... Savage Orcs, with their Frenzy, will get 10 more melee attacks. They'll have 36 melee attack, plus with the Wurzag buffs and Wa buffs, I'm hoping to be able to really punch through that high melee defense. G2 did not drop any games to the PSGs? Okay, someone in the chat was saying they did, so I just believe them. I did not watch that series. When Caps is playing Nautilus and feeding his brains out, I do not tend to stick around. I like the real Caps. I like the Akali and Zed Caps. That's my Caps. I don't watch him playing tanks. I ain't a fucking casual. Brett actually do have a lot of magic damage. Yeah, not in their Knights Errant. Not in their Knights Errant. Any special rules in this RTK tourney? You have to ask Platypus, the Wild Platies, in the chat. He's the host of it. I just glanced over it. It looks like the pretty usual stuff. Like, don't abuse bugs. And that's actually about all of it. Grail Guardians, the Green Knight, Fey Enchantress, Triple Pegasus Knight, interestingly enough. And then some archers and some spearmen at arms. Okay, seems fine. Okay. So my infantry needs to keep moving. My squigs can chill out for a little bit because they need a second to breathe. I'll have goblins just straight up fight his men-at-arms. I want to start charging my Wa, plus goblins will actually trade pretty cost-effectively there. And I will send my 8 peak loons into the middle, because if the cavalry countercharges them, the 8 peak loons can do their spinny spins and be fine. Okay. Pump wagons, pump. I didn't want to delete my own guys, but I did want to get the spinners out. Okay, let's give everybody some buffs and let's get going. I forgot my cavalry. Not forgot. I am slow on my micro with my cavalry. Very different. Pump wagons! Pump! Okay, you're going into melee on the backfield. Ear to war! Wah. Ooh, the power! Get a rear charge over here, lads. Can you get off one more spin before you lose the ability to do so? Thank you. They're taking too much damage. They're not going to get another spin-off. Mass Exodus. Okay, frontline fight's going pretty well. We have some pump wagons back. I will use them to chase some stuff. Wurzag, we need to brain burst this somewhere. Let's throw it in the middle of that blob, because I just want the melee stats. But we have overrun the area quite thoroughly. Okay. What needs to happen is you guys can stay in this fight. Wurzag can't. He absolutely cannot. And we are going to effigy to get these guys. Get our second wah. But I need a lot of these boars to separate out for a little bit. Because we're blobbing up too much on the Enchantress. We have more of the map to clean up. So these Boar Boy Biggins are going to go attack the Green Knight. The Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins too, goddamn. But they're going to wreck him with the magic damage I just gave him. Spider Riders chase that down. Spider Riders go over here. Rear charge those Grail Guardians for me real quick. Use squigs and stuff, catch those Pegasus Knights that are on the ground. These Boar Boys can also catch those Pegasus Knights that are on the ground. They be routin'. But we are about army lossing them. I just need... Oops. I forgot the Grail Guardians aren't there anymore, so I just brain bursted my own dudes. But thankfully it's armor piercing is dog shit, so it won't hurt my Savage Orcs with 35 melee to 35 armor. Never mind. Alright, so that was just overall a mistake that cannot be justified with any amount of blabbering. Cool. Savage Orc Boar Boys continuing to fight. Don't care too much about that. Take the charge over there. Because at this point we are hoping to army loss. We do not have the best single entity killing prowess, so I kind of want the Green Knight and the Fae to just get army loss, please. If that last Grail Guardian routes, then army losses will hit, and I won't have to deal with the Fae and the Green Knight. I can deal with them, like, we are far enough ahead that we can deal with them, but I'd prefer not to. Okay, this time I'll throw a Brain Burster on the target that exists. There we go, GG. Only special rules if you lose the Rat Boy, you're banned. Fuck! The only one allowed to play Nautilus is Doomby. Hey, Charks, how you doing, buddy? Dude. To anybody who plays Greenskins and doesn't play Wurzag, who hurt you? Wurzag makes this faction feel so good. When I play Azhag, I'm paying more money for an old man to dodder through the sky and cast 2 Spirit Leeches before he's out of Winds of Magic all of a sudden. And Wurzag's like, hey, you want to see Squigs tear apart Grail Guardians with their bare hands? And I say, yeah. Yeah, I do. Fucking love Wurzag, man. He's so good. I mean, the game was over in like 23 seconds, so the values aren't going to be insane. Pegasus Knights did a little bit better than I would have suspected, but we overran the front line super quickly, and then the Green Knight and the Fey Enchantress were like full HP at the end of the game. We didn't touch them, but that's fine. We killed everything that wasn't them. Is Scarvet on a Carno competitive? No. Carnosaurs in general are suffering from the Hell Pit Abomination problem. Where they fell behind in premise. Like, the Blood Dragon Lord, Scarbrand, all these big things get like 1,000 armor-piercing weapon strength for about the same money as like a Hell Pit or a Scarvet on a Carno. And their melee stats don't follow up. Like, this Hell Pit Abomination has 4230 for melee stats, which is okay. But if you look at like a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch has 4235 for melee stats and the same weapon strength. So everything besides the armor piercing, it's 50 gold cheaper, and it has range attacks. And that's kind of the same with the Carnosaur. Like, not the Feral Carnosaur, that one's a little different. I kind of like him because of all the healing support he can have. But, the Carno hero and stuff, it's just like, he's expensive to do the same thing as other units do for cheaper. So they need either cost reductions or like buffs to actually be anti-large duelists. Because right, like, I know I'm rambling, so the short version is they are slotted as an anti-large duelist, but they are just as good at fighting large targets as other things that have been added to the game for the same cost, but those things are also good at doing other stuff. Like the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch has an amazing range attack for Lord Sniping. Scarbrand has a bunch of AoE Rampage abilities. Now he's Lord, I get that. I'm not making the best examples here, but like... the Soul Grinder of Slaanesh has like that AoE debuff for anything it touches. I'm trying to think of other examples. The Gorgon can heal itself a whole bunch, but that thing's way more expensive. Oh, also being a 1v1 large duelist isn't a great idea. It's much better to surround something with anti-large, like Demigryph Knights with Halberds or Warbear Riders. Okay, the next map is Galbaraz. I gotta pick some stuff. Put Skaven in there. Skaven, Ogre Kingdoms, Empire, ban. Dark Elves. Dark Elves. How would you make flares viable? Cheaper. For some reason, they're in 1,000 gold Chariot, which is insane. Because I think the way to go with Skaven would have Doom Flares be these kind of annoying little pests that you just have to deal with. I'd make them cheaper rather than make them better. Because I don't really like the idea of Doom Flares being an elite Chariot. It feels like the Doom Wheel is your elite Chariot, right? So you could take the Doom Wheel if you wanted a big badass Chariot to do big badass Chariot things, and I wish the Doom Flares would just be like these little annoying nuisances. You know, meant to like disrupt the enemy archers or chase stuff off that's already routing, but not meant to be like world beaters. How'd you make War Lions viable? Ask RTK's Stingers and he'll tell you they're already viable. He's been kicking ass with those things, man. Babo Tushins, hello. Hello, hello. Squigs with hands, I choose to ignore that. Is Nakai and the Crocscore Lord viable? Not Nakai. Crocscore Lord, maybe. Tomb Kings, ban Empire. I am fine playing Ogres or Skaven into this. Do you guys want to see Ogres or Skaven? I'm fine with either. I think they're equally... I think both are even matchups, so I'm okay. Ogres or Skavinos. I think flyers would be better by increasing their model count like pump wagons. No cane? That's probably true. It's probably true. Ogres. Alright, we'll do some ogres. Rats. Oh, fuck. It's 2-1. We're gonna need an ogre rally. It's 2-1 for the rats. 3, 2. It's 3-1 for the rats. Oh my god, it's Skaven. Okay. Sorry, Steven. Yesterday we played Tomb Kings twice with the Skaven, so let's see if we can bust it out a third time. I did have 2 different builds. Can somebody think about Grom? Grom the Paunch or Little Grom? There's too many Groms now. I had 2 different Skaven builds yesterday, but I'm not coming up with a third one. I'm going to take one of my builds from yesterday, and if Danny Loggy counters it, then that's just how it goes. And then 400 gold. That's a lot of gold. Look at that. And I'll upgrade 2 of you to spears and call it good. Why are there even 2 Groms? I don't know. Because one's little and one's not. It's the hard-hitting analysis you're getting here today. I love Warhammer 3, but the official server in Warhammer 3 is just silence. There's an official server? Just join mine. Mine's the official server now. I can't think of any other content creator that has a Discord server dedicated to Warhammer, so you might as well just join mine. I wish Warp Lightning Cannons were good again, man. Is Queek viable in any matchup other than Dwarves and maybe Warriors of Chaos? I would say Chaos Dwarves, except he loses to Astrogoth, which is fucked. So unfortunately, no. No. Yeah, unfortunately. I had to think about it. He was kind of okay against Vampire Counts, but only if you know for a fact they're taking Vlad von Karstein. If they take anything besides Vlad, you're mega boned. I joined, but Platypus also has a server, right? He does, yeah, I was being sarcastic. Turret has a pretty active server. Platypus has a server, I have a server. Dude, everybody and their grandmother has a server these days. Tactical Lich's server's pretty good stuff. All the clans have servers. If you join the Total War community on Discords, you're joining 20 Discords. Easy. So we are ready. Oh! I have things to say about this matchup, but I don't want to give my opponent any ideas, so I'll hold on to those thoughts till we get moving. You're joining turns. That's a good call. You love him? Really good guy? Ooh. Oof. Okay. Alright. How do we break it to him? How do we break it to him? So the thing about Turin is, 1923, there was an orphanage of kittens. It was a kitten orphanage, the first in California. And what they do is they go around the state, and they find little lost kitties. They pick them up, and the kitties go, "Thank you, sir." And they give them little newsboy hats from England. Give them a cracker. They eat on the cracker. It's really nice. It's crunchy. Well, in 1923, Turin burned it down. For no reason. Unprompted. The police caught him in the act. He was laughing at the burning orphanage. They said, "Why?" And he said, "Because it's funny." It's so fucked up! So yeah, Turin's a bad guy. Don't sub. Stephen White, Chorf's hype seemed to have died off, seeing more range in play. Chorfs are certainly very, very strong, but yeah, some people are learning how to deal with them. The thing is that those centaurs with great weapons and stuff are super strong. Like, they should probably get a nerf. For sure, for sure. But in melee, they're not such a big deal. Also, yeah, I was joking about the Turin thing. Turin's fine. I was filling time while we were doing the builds. We are memesters here. So, Tomb Kings have a couple things they can do here. Yesterday we were fighting them a decent amount with El Scavinos. One of the main points is Plague Monks can beat pretty much any infantry that the Tomb Kings field. So I don't want a bunch of Poisonwind Globes, because Poisonwind Globes come with friendly fire, which normally for the Skaven is completely fine. You are totally good with friendly fire, but since my front line is going to win for once, I don't want to bomb the ape shit out of them, and therefore I only take one globe. And it's actually not to help with the front line at all. This globe is kept in the backfield because I need this globe to protect the Jezzails in case of cavalry diving on them or carrion diving on them. The globes... Sorry, thinking. The globes turn and fire at whatever's dealing with the Giselles. And then the late game, obviously, a globe is just, like, nice to have. But the globe isn't for the front line. The front line's going to win on its own. And if he brings enough stuff that the front line isn't going to win on its own, like if he spams a shitload of Tomb Guard or something, my 2 Giselles and Skrulk and globes can deal with that, so that's, like, just a mistake. So when I say my front line's going to win, it's like, okay, if he brings something to win the front line, he has fucked up beyond all repair, and I'm going to win the game anyway. And I don't think that Danny's going to do that. So effectively, he's going to take the right troops, and I'm going to win the front line. Alright. I'm awake before noon for once this works out. How are the rabbits doing, Phoenix King? They got moved. They got moved. The den was abandoned. Why do Skaven, Steel Cathay have Crane Gunners, suddenly have Warpluck Giselles? Makes sad. Hey, as far as the game releases go, we had Warpluck Giselles first. But yeah, I take your point. Okay, Arkan is pretty good. We have some Necrotechs, bunch of Carrion, a whole bunch of Nakar Warriors, a Necrosphinx, and another Necrosphinx. Oh, this might get a little hairy. Okay. First start dealing with the Carrion, then we'll worry about it. The Necrosphinx is gonna be a pain in the ass though, both of them. Those are getting some nice little shots out. Okay. I'm honestly not sure what to do with myself right now. This is not a build I was exactly prepared to deal with. Okay. These slingers and those rat ogres go deal with that. This rat ogre, come up here, help me deal with this. Giselles are trying to finish off those carrion, which is fine. One rat ogre, one slinger, the other rat ogre hangs out next to the globes. Plague monks do need to get a charge, otherwise we are a little worthless. Oh, those are necrotechs on foot. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit better about that. My assassin can go kill them pretty easily. Okay. Here comes the dive we were expecting. Globes are going to go deal with the other one. Where do my rat ogres go? Wait, they're fighting skeleton horsemen in the distance. That's okay. That's fine. Assassin fights this guy. Okay. Okay, Skrulk throws that down. I'm gonna give poison to everybody over here. And we are chilling. Rat ogres are trying to finish off these carrion nice and fast. I'm gonna try a little surprise here and snipe out Arkan. Damn it. He threw down a summon, that bastard. Okay. Packmaster is continuing to be annoying. For Arkan, not for me. This is a pretty neat build from Danny. It's annoying for me to deal with. Okay. I'm gonna throw a summon down here. The Packmaster is continuing to be a huge nuisance for Arkan. Rat ogres stop here. Packmaster continued to make Arkan's life miserable. There is a Fate of Buna onto my precious little helpers. Rat ogres and the Skaven slaves continue to fight here for now. Those Giselles are fucked, so bring my rat ogres back to the fight. Skrulk continues to fight, but this Packmaster is not letting Arkan breathe, which is fine. Okay. So while he continues to chase Arkan down, I will throw that over there, and then my assassin and plague monks are going to try and work on the necrotech. Skrulk continues to wander around. Things are getting a bit dicey, but not unpredictably so. It's nice as this Packmaster is like gonna straight up kill Arkan at this point. If he can figure out how to hit him, but we're working on it. Okay. Chuck down this. He was inside my thing, I couldn't see him. Packmaster continued to chase Arkin around. Yeah, now the Necro Sphinx sees us, which is a bit tedious. Okay, so we need to leave. Things are going alright. Could be worse. We are sniping out his heroes. My Packmaster should be fine. In fact, we're going to turn this on him. Okay. So I'm going to buff up those Rat Ogres. While they are lesser in models, so the melee attack isn't going to be as strong, I mostly wanted to buff them so that they actually stay in the fight. There's the Ushapti summon. I'm going to lower all of their melee attack by 40. Finish my fight with the Necrotect and then leave this accursed place. So that's going okay. We have globes, we have Rat Ogres back. That's all fine, that's all fine. Packmaster is continuing to fight the big guy. We are getting good damage out as he buffs up a lot of Rat Ogres. Okay. I would like for my globes to get some stuff going there. Packmaster has to try to get out. He's probably going to rout, unfortunately, but we'll see. Y'all are doing your very best. We are getting a bit of a blob forming. Packmaster has escaped. Okay, globes are trying to punish El Blabos in the late game. They are going to get charged by some horses. I don't know what of these are summons and what aren't, so we'll just deal with it as we get there. Ushapti summon is fading away. Give everybody over here poison, but also just want to keep some stuff in the fight. You're getting low on leadership, so here's this buff to keep you fighting for a little bit. And my Healy boy will run over to Skrulk and say, "Daddy, help me! Papa! I need aid!" Okay, go over there. Continue bumping, continue grinding. These Rat Ogres do their best. Yeah, the super wounded ones probably aren't going to get away. They're just going to die. Skrulk is safe-ish. So we will go over here. Sure, I'll throw that down. It's on his 2 healthy-ish targets that are left. A little more poke onto Arkin, because there's not a lot of good targets to use it on, fortunately. Okay, summon. There we go. Okay. It's Arkin sniping time. See if we can even do it. Clan Rats, hold off his support as we get into a bit of a monster mash. I really need to finish off Arkin. More forces are rallying. Honestly, buff yourself. You're getting so close to running away. Okay, need to attempt to snipe Arkin, or we will die. Big shot coming from the Packmaster. Packmaster continues to walk cautiously alongside Arkin instead of hitting him, and then he takes a big shot, and now he's going to run away. Okay. Assassin gets a rear charge onto Arkin. I think he hit, but his damage was so insignificant. And my Packmaster fucking shatters. Okay, hello. Little surprising. Everybody gets stand your ground, everybody gets poisoned. Slingers are back. That's fun. Dude, why can't, like, anybody hit Arkin? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, we might just lose due to Arkin being Arkin. Like, he just won't die! Yeah, that's GG. Dude, the Packmaster fucked up so many attacks onto him. Like, remember early in the game when he was just following him around? God damn. That's funny. GG. How was it so close? I don't understand. Yeah. Dude, I was so disappointed with the Packmaster following Arkin around but missing so many attacks on him. Just could not get any damage out. Gisele's were there in case of Screaming Skull Catapults or Shop 2 Great Bows, neither of which were taken. Rat Ogres did fine. Packmaster and Assassin, even with all of his flubbed attacks onto Arkin, he still did okay. Like, he supported the Rat Ogres a lot, and he did alright there. Plague Monks did fantastically in this matchup, as they always do. Slingers did okay, and the rest of the stuff did okay. Globes weren't really needed, because most of my problem was 5 single entities. Not, Wait, he had 5 single entities. Do we use fruit rules? We do. Okay, so that's illegal, but that's fine. Like, I'll let him know that the limit's 4. But I don't know. It was a good game. And I know him well enough to know that it was just a whoopsie, so I'm not going to be like... Double Necro is such a cool pick. Yeah, it was pretty good. I'm sad my Packmaster didn't get more hits on his bum. Because, like, and if anybody's wondering, like, oh, you can only have 5, and the late game came down to 3 of those single entities. Well, if you had one less, what he probably would have cut would have been a Necrotech. And I sniped those out as soon as the game started. So it didn't affect the outcome of the game, right? The only reason I bring it up is to inform him so that in a future game, he doesn't make the same mistake where it actually matters. Because legit, the Necrotechs, like the first one I sniped out, I immediately killed it. The second one, I was right after it, and I think he only got one of his heals off. Okay. That wasn't important. His 2 Necrosphinx were important. Arkin not dying was important. The 5th SE, not important. So it's his pick for game 3. Vanas has joined my server. Mogs. Alright, so my opponent picks 1, bans 3. And then once he does that, I'll consider what my picks are going to be. What's the map? No sensor bearers? I did not take any sensor bearers. So many words, love it. Yeah. If the fruit rolls seem wordy, they are elaborate for people that like to push the very edges of the rolls. The spirit of them is just don't sit in the forest. Like, you can move through the forest. You can attack somebody who's in the forest, but don't just, like, sit there, right? Don't sit in the forest. Don't sit on the white line. And always be attacking in some form with something. Like, if you have a cannon, just a single cannon that is shooting at the enemy, you're good. You're chilling. It's just to move the game forward. That's about it. And then there's obviously the unit caps that they have a page for each faction where you can just look at the pictures and be like, I can take 3 Bestigors. But it's mostly the same as CA's unit caps in Quick Play. There's just some adjustments for either bugged things, because unit caps has some bugs in it. Like, for a while, you could take 6 Kislev Chariots, but the regular Chariot limit's only 3 for every other faction, so it was just a bug. So there's that. And then we also limit 4 single entities rather than like 5. Just for the health of the game. There was a meta for a long time where every game was just 5 single entities. There's 5 single entities and it was boring as fuck. Boring AF. Do you even lift? You could take 3 best scores, but why would you? That's so true. Okay, wait, I was gonna look for the last map. Pillar of Bone. Ooh. Oh god, he's going Grand Cathay. No! No, not Cathay, man! He bans Chaos Dwarfs, Vampire Coast, and Lizard Men. Fuck, what do we want to do to deal with Cathay? We do have the Beastmen. Did he see me play Beastmen? Does he know what I do? Ah, not Cathay, bro. Not like this. Not like this. I have something I'm gonna do. This is gonna be fun. Beastie Boys or Korn? You guys want Korn? Dude, Korn is so bad versus Cathay, man. So bad. I might do it. I might just do it. Slaanesh! Slaanesh. It's time for violence. Slaanesh. The crowd goes silent. Slaanesh. In all the violence. Slaanesh. Something else. I ran out of gas there. Theater speed! Yeah, it is the army blocker. It's the army blocker. We couldn't not play Slaanesh today. Exquisite Pain flag. I love Rapturous Excess. Where's Exquisite Pain? Oh, that's a pretty good flag. We'll do that flag. Theater speed! Souls for Slaanesh. Arthritis! I can't think of any other ones. I seem to recall you ragging on them recently. It's true. You're not wrong. DR speed fits Slanesh too. DR speed! You can't take 3 dragons? I can. You cannot. It's true. It's true. Truer words are never spoken. Do we go chosen? Do we go chosen? Or do we try to win at the video games we play? So many options. Come on, please. How the fuck is Slanesh a good call here? You're about to find out. You're about to find out how Slanesh is a good call here. I have a quick question for you. How isn't Slanesh a good call here? Really think about it. Think about it for a second. Hellflare? Yuck. Shush. So he's just determined to suffer? If I suffer, I suffer. Azazel? That dumpster fire? Fuck no, man. I thought I wanted to win this game, not lose like a dumbass. Human boy, that's not very nice! Sorry. My bad. You should feel bad. You're stupid and dumb. Okay, well, let's all calm down a little bit here. Fuck you! Okay. We are betting it on Slanesh, boys! Let's go! Also, we have a pretty easy out for if we lose, I could just say, wow, imagine if my Packmaster had killed Ark in the Black in the first game. Would be pretty cool if my Packmaster did his job. Hummus Boy tilted off the face of the earth by his Packmaster, so blinded by rage, he takes Slanesh into Cathay. Enemy troop count is wide. Yeah! The only thing I was scared of with this build, watch as I still lose, the only thing I was scared of with this build is like 3 war balloons and hero hammer and just chilling. What am I seeing? All the factions, the fruit rules? Yeah, that's their army limits is in pictures so that they don't have to describe it in words. Or like, if you didn't feel like reading it, you can just scroll down to the army and see the pictures. Just try to help people with other languages. Human Boy throwing for content? Yeah, dude. Holy early tournament, Batman. Blame Platypus, it's not my fault. I didn't do it. Okay. The Frat! I like your name. It's a good name. We have some Forsaken. We have some Exalted Demonettes. Keeper's Secret is going to get deleted from the game. Just you wait. Don't you doubt the Keeper of Secrets. They got secrets. They got secrets and schemes. Soon it will be Danny Laggy who will be deleted from the game. So it's round 1? It is round 1. Okay, I need the Chariots each in their own control group. All the Hellstriders can be in the same one, and all the infantry can be in the same one. But the Chariots do need their own. Ready, ready. Good luck, have fun, man. Okay. Let's go. Tell me the difference between Hellscourge and Swordsman and when to pick what. Hellscourge is just better if you have the money. Like, in almost all such situations, because the sword variant took such bad nerfs. Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen. Okay. Alright, now we move up everything else. I didn't actually forget it this time, I was waiting. For once. Okay, so the Jade Lancers committed to the frontline fight, which leaves their backline actually pretty badly exposed, because Peasant Horsemen are extremely weak to break their charge defense, break their charge defense, break their charge defense. Thanks. Melkoth somewhere. Melkoth these Peasant Long Spearmen. I just want to get through them. Okay. We killed those guys. Send one Hellstrider after those Jade Lancers, and the rest just need to pile in here. I will lower all of your melee defense if I have to. Okay. I need to move up with these guys. You're all doing okay. Okay, so the Hellstriders are doing okay. Get a rear charge over here. Secret Chariot's still going strong. Chill out with this. Melkoths, the big, very fancy guys. You guys come here. You're all holding back that. Let's give everybody vigor and speed and all the good stuff. Y'all continue fighting this. The super wounded guys can chase that off. Meanwhile, I need my Hellflayers to come with me. Forsaken need to come with me. We are going to net Zhao Ming in place just to use the army ability, because we have more army ability than we could dream of right now. My Hellstriders are still hanging in there quite strong. Okay, Keeper of Secrets comes back with me. Big breath attack from the man, the myth, the legend himself. We are going to try and snipe Zhao Ming. Those are Celestial Dragon Guard, though. Okay, we want to be a little careful. Okay, we are trying to snipe Zhao Ming. Hellflare is gonna have a bad time with all those cav, but it is what it is at this point. Okay. Decent shot. Rampage those guys, also deal some damage to them, please. Secret Chariot's getting fucked up. You're still trying to snipe out Zhao Ming. Secret Chariots, sorry, Hellflayers. Yeah, wait, there are the Secret Chariots. Secret Chariots getting fucked up. I just don't want those guys joining the fight right now. Another Melkoth for the Celestial Dragon Guard. Need to continue to snipe Zhao. Hellstriders can deal with those guys. Y'all are chasing off stuff, but come back. Man, the Celestial Dragon Guard actually just kicked all of our asses. Jesus. Whatever, we're still trying to snipe out Zhao. Okay, get over here, get over here, get over here. I need you to kill that fucker. Melkoth's that. And I'm just buying time until my dudos get those Iron Hails under control. Things are looking a little rough. We were falling behind for sure. Ouch. Net. Okay, he can just turn into a dragon while netted. That feels pretty cool, but alright. That should rampage him? Yeah, alright, so at least he'll come down now. Or he'll just fly above me like an asshole. Okay, so that rampage debuff was entirely wasted because he's doing the bug. One, he can turn to a dragon while netted, which is pretty cool. And two, he did the rampage thing where he stays above you rather than falling down. Okay, so we got double bugged. Goody. Okay, Jade Lancers surrounding on us on all sides. I don't like getting poked by peasant archers, so I'm going to kill them. Because I only have 15 armor, so I really don't want to get poked by peasant archers. Jade Lancers, Jade Lancers. Okay, well, Melkoth's one of the Jade Lancers. Because this one's low enough on an HP that they are now starting to heal me with all of their time. More Jade Lancers, more Jade Lancers. Wow, so many Jade Lancers. I thought he had mostly peasant horsemen. What the fuck? You're killing a lot of them. There's another Celestial Dragon Guard, but I have tons of Winds of Magic left. I have tons of Winds of Magic left, so as long as I can delay for a bit and just Melkoth with Celestial Dragon Guard, we're actually kind of chilling. Okay. Chasing these guys to buy time for more Melkoths. Zhao Ming has no healing for himself. Okay, well, if he doesn't want to charge me, then I will go keep chasing his other guy. I'm fine. As long as I keep Melkothing those Celestial Dragon Guard. When I get near to something with low leadership, I also start healing. Boop. I should be. There we go. Now I'm healing. Huh. They actually just walked through me. These bastards. Oh, he does have Final Transmutation. That's going to be a bit annoying. I wonder how much Winds of Magic he has for it. If it's Overcast or not. Could be a big problem. Shit, shit, shit! Do it! Okay, I have to Rampage him. Otherwise he's going to cast Final Trans. Oh, yeah, he casted it. Nice. I mean, bad for me, but nice for him. My Exalted Keeper Secrets is not swinging. Swing! There we go. Nice swing. She's missing a lot of attacks onto Zhao. Yeah, missing a ton of attacks onto Zhao Ming. God damn it. Dude, we got quadruple bugged. We actually had that. We got the Footlord bugs where you just can't hit Footlords. We got the Rampage bug where Zhao Ming flies above me rather than landing into me. We got the, it's not a bug, but the fact that you can be netted and turn into a dragon and fly up into the sky is completely fucked. We had that shit. We actually had it, dude. That's so fucking annoying. Whatever. GG well played to my opponent, but that's so fucked up, man. Zhao Ming did good. His build was neat. I liked his build overall. I'm so sad about all those things, man. Gray used the Keeper of Secrets? Yeah, she did good, she did good. Sheep's chilling. Righty. What do we have? What do we have? Looking at the tournament. Hanadins and Berserk. I wonder if that one started yet. Phoenix King and Chariot. I'll message them and see if they're up. So I'm messaging the two people that are in games right now to see what we're gonna stream. And meanwhile, I just want to see how much my Keeper of Secrets... we're waiting for a game anyway. I'm waiting for responses. So I want to see how much my Keeper of Secrets missed Zhao Ming. Because what's his base melee defense? 60. And I have 50 melee attack. Oof. But I can lower it down by 24 for 24 melee defense. But yeah, my bonus versus large is wasted on Zhao Ming. And he transformed again in front of her. God damn it, that's so annoying. I can't catch him. Whatever. Roll through the front line. Chariots go burr. We try to snipe him. Goes infantry sized. Get a couple decent hits in there. Then we rampage him. Get a couple more decent hits. Okay. Yeah, we're doing all right. And then this is it, when he fucking rampages and sits above me! Land, you dumbass bitch! You're even in your dragon form, you're large size, I would get my bonus versus you, you fuck! You animal! Oh, that makes me so sad, dude! And then he lands, but he's already been rampaged at this health point, so I don't think I can rampage him again, because I try to. I cast the rampage before he starts Final Trans. Yeah, but he's not rampaging right now, so he gets off his final transmutation. Is it overcast too? That bitch! God damn it, it's overcast too! No! Oh, I was doing so good! Actually does hit Zhao Ming. Okay, so we're getting a lot of hits in. His health pool is just gigantic. Oh, okay, no. We have 2 misses in a row there. 3 misses in a row. 4 misses in a row. Hey, there we get a hit. Yeah, 4 key misses in a row at the end there, but he does have a higher melee defense than me, but melee attack when I don't have my debuff up. Brutal, bro. It was a good game, though. It was a good game. I don't regret taking Slimish. I had fun. I had fun. Alright, we are going to go watch Hanadins versus Berserk. Let's go. Who was your opponent? It was Danny Laggy. Kinda expected Lore of Slaanesh over Melkoth spam. Melkoth does a shitload of damage, and I find the Lore of Slaanesh is a little underwhelming personally. All right, I have gotten the score. Berserk is up. So it's ODM Hanadins versus Berserk. I am still salty. I am salty. Like, Daniel Aggie played great. It was a good series. Some really good games. Oh, had a lot of fun. I am so salty that the Packmaster missed so many attacks onto Arkin the Black when he was chasing him around the map. Like, there were several times he got that bug where he walks alongside him rather than actually recharging him or anything. Salty about that. Then Arkin lives with the Assassin, Skrulk, the Packmaster, and the Rat Ogres all trying to hit him in that, like, crazy late game scenario. Though at that point, the Packmaster had shattered, but earlier the Packmaster was trying to hit him. So he couldn't finish off Arkin, and then everything shattered. And it's like, all right, and then the last game is, gotta snipe out Zhao Ming. Oh, fuck. He transports into a dragon. We'll net it. Then we rampage him to bring him down to the ground and snipe him. Never mind. He gets a fucking bug where he stays in the air. Despite being rampaged, he just sits above me. Just sits above me where he's safe. He's just safe and sound. He's up there. He's like, I'm rampaging. Nothing I could do. And I'm like, you could land, you fuck. And he's like, no, dude. Can't possibly land. I'm rampaging. That's impossible. What does Rampage do? It makes you go out of control and attack the nearest target. Your target's on the ground. He's like, nah, bro. Not how it works. If you're under a status effect, you have to stay in the plane of existence you're on. So if I'm in the air, I'm just stuck in the air. Then what about when I netted you on the ground, you turn into a dragon? Well, that's different because that's a net. A net is not a status effect. Rampage is a status effect. Well, how is a net not a status effect? Dang! I had it. I had it if he had fucking landed. I had it. You saw it. You can't deny that you saw it. Lore of Shadows is really good. I think Lore of Shadows is better in case of elite infantry because my Melkoth is doing a lot of damage to the Celestial Dragon Guard. And we raffle stomped through most of their army very, very quickly. So I didn't really need the Lore of Slaaneash's melee attack stats. What I needed was damage onto armored infantry. Because the only thing I had for armored infantry was the ROR Demonettes. And the ROR Demonettes got murked like right away into the game because of Zhao Ming's breath attack. I'll be your therapist for the day. Bavarat, if you haven't been around much, I do happen to be the shrieky YouTuber, but I'm okay. How salty are you on a scale of 1 to 10? 4. I had fun, though. That's the thing, is there's a difference between... I didn't take a meme, so that's a little different. But if you're trying to meme and you take, like, Queek or Greasus Goldtooth, and they just perform so bad that you feel like you wasted everybody's time, that actually makes me irate. Whereas I took Slaanesh in a situation where I thought they could be good. So I didn't want to... okay. I forgot to actually mention this so you guys have the full context. Why did you pick Slaanesh? It was not a meme. I played Beastmen yesterday versus Kiara versus Grand Cathay, and I won it, but it was really, really difficult to do so. And I was curious about Slaanesh. We were on a small map with really good Vanguard deployment, so I knew I could get behind him with Hellstriders. And just yesterday, I had played Slaanesh versus Dark Elves, and they had a box, which I wasn't expecting, but I did take a Seeker Chariot, because I wanted to see how it would do. And the Seeker Chariot did really, really well. It rolled through them, and I was kind of shocked as to how well it did. So then when I was sitting there, I'm looking at a small map with really good Vanguard angles, and Cathay, who's pretty much only going to bring an infantry defensive style with some range stuff. I was like, okay, Hellflayers might be good here. So I did want to try it out. And the Hellflayers, sorry, I keep saying Hellflayers. The Seeker Chariots actually did really good, and I liked it a lot. Some things did not go my way that I just ranted about. And if those things had gone my way, we would have won the game. Now, that's not to be a salty little bitch and be like, oh man, if things had gone my way, I would have won. If things, some things could have gone Danny Loggy's way a little bit better, right? That's just how the game works. But what I mean is I wanted to try a build versus Cathay, and it performed well. And actually, if I don't make those mistakes next time, if I don't waste a narcissism on Zhao Ming, because he can transform at any time. Narcissism isn't a rampage, so that's a mistake. It's a frustrating mistake because your brain, your muscle memory is like Lord there, net Lord, hit Lord. But when the Lord can transform into a dragon and get up into the sky, I should know better. Like, I should know that mechanic's there. I should know not to waste a net like that. So I wasted a net. It's a mistake. If I don't make those mistakes, if I save the nets for when he's actually vulnerable, right after he transforms or something, or using the net like I did in the mid game where I netted the Jade Lancers to just keep them out of the fight for a little bit because I didn't want to get rear charged. Right, so don't make those mistakes. That build could actually work. And there's some optimizations I want to do with it. The Exalted Demonettes just instantly disintegrated, so I might as well get rid of them, save that money, maybe get some more infantry, or get Seekers, the 1,000 gold armor-piercing cav of Slaanesh, because I did have a problem killing the Jade Lancers. So no, I wasn't trolling by taking Slaanesh. I had an idea, and the idea kind of worked. I had some build inefficiencies and some mistakes, and that's why I lost. So. Can Slaanesh get C tier now? Groots, I don't know, because the old way of playing Slaanesh feels bad, but since I saw you in the faction war play with the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, she actually kind of slaps. It's funny to say, but I think she could still use buffs, or at least a cost reduction. But she does slap. She's all right, and it's really fun. Slaanesh is very fun. I had more fun losing on Slaanesh versus Grand Cathay than I have had winning as Skaven in, like, Skaven versus High Elves. Skaven versus High Elves is annoying. It's Skaven favorite, but it's not, like, usually a fun game to play out because you're just dealing with, like, Spear Leech and Fate of Buna, Kite, and getting run around the map a little bit. It's Skaven favorite, but I don't find it a particularly interesting matchup. Yeah. I don't know. Slaanesh is growing on me, man. Slaanesh is growing on me. I'm having a good time. McRightface, have $20. Have a tasty pizza for the Amazeballs streams this week to keep us all distracted from our work. I was gonna give you more, but you have become a closet dwarf simp, and that's inexcusable. My bad. Yeah, and Raksha. Play Wood Elves against this Skaven and Kite with Way Watchers. Oh no, okay, no game. That is an easy way to get me to freak the fuck out. Spirit of the Guard with the €5. Put some extra cheese in the McWright's pizzas. Thanks for your entertainment grind. All right, guess Grace and I are eating good tonight. Who takes Zhao Ming? Apparently Danny. But it was unexpected. And that Breath Attack spell was doing really good versus Slaanesh's low armor. So it clearly worked out for him. Like, it actually ended up being a pretty good pick. I took Zhao Ming because the Drag Breath spam is good to Demonettes. Marauders gives extra 32% damage to all your army. It's not a meme, trust me. Yeah, Danny, you played great, man. You played great. Good luck versus either Marco Magno or Zegzi. So we've entered this series in Game 2. If the Greenskins take the W, the series is over and Handedens will be knocked out. But if Norska can continue to vibe, as they have been recently on stream, we're going to go to a Game 3. Also, Danny, if you're still in the chat, I should have had you Game 2. Packmaster failed me. Arkin the tanky bitch. Wouldn't crumble, wouldn't die. Hate that guy. Hate him. With only cheap spell 2,800, it's so expensive. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. Armies are mostly set up, so we can start talking about what's in them. We do have Throg, the Troll King, my favorite Norskin lord. He is very, very good. Though recently, I have actually been enjoying Marauder Chieftain on a Mammoth. He's relatively cheap, really nice HP pool and disruption piece. He's good in very certain matchups. You need to know what matchups he's good in, and Greenskins is not one of them, so I'm glad to not see him here. But the Marauder Chieftain on a Mammoth deserves a shout-out. He's a pretty good boy. We also have a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire with just Burning Head and Cascading Fire Cloak for a bit of that leadership debuff on the Greenskins roster, plus clearing out some of their front line. For the Norskin frontline Marauders, backline 4 Ice Wolves, 4 Skin Wolves as well, and the Beasts of Tashnar? No, just 1 Norskin Ice Wolf with Norskin Warhound with poison in the distance, and we do have the Cold Voider Frostworm. Huzzah, huzzah. On the other side, for the Greenskins, we have Skarsnik. Apparently there's a secret Skarsnik meta I'm not a part of. Berserk bringing it after Strat Game and Cool Umbrella vouched for it as well. We have a Night Goblin Shaman with Curse of the Bad Moon, Gorkle Fix-It, and Sneaky Stabbin'. A Black Orc Big Boss for his ITP aura and his melee attack aura. That'll really help the trolls stay in the fight, especially if they get spook scared. Then we have some Savage Orc Aura Boys for the physical resistance and Frenzy. 2 Snotling Pump Wagons with Flappas, Savage Orcs across the front line, and some Orc Boys with 2 Spider Riders, one of which is the ROR in the Vanguard. You want to see some Norskin action? Then you're in the right game, man. You are in the right game. A little bit of Greenskin poking, but 2 Skirmish Cav, especially the Spider Riders, aren't going to do that much damage. They're just slightly annoying. Getting the free value out while you can. Norskin's got too many damn unit clones. They could use some variety, for sure. Cold Voider maybe thinking about getting a quick cheeky breath attack off, since without healing for it on the roster or anything like that, it probably won't get 3 perfectly optimal breath attacks off. I do sometimes see people just spamming out what breath attacks they can get before the Cold Voider inevitably meets its fate. Sudden violent lag spike. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? It started off so strong and then ended very strangely. The timer's not ticking up, so I know the game's still frozen while I wander around. I like we see the Cold Voider now. Yeah, he's really good. For 1,700 gold ROR Dragon, he has really good stats. Because the original Frostworm is okay, but it's at 1,600 gold. You can pay 100 more and get 10 leadership, 10... I think it's 11. 10 leadership, 11 melee attack, 10 melee defense, and you get Guardian. It's just generally pretty worth it. We all of a sudden start moving again, which makes me... I was waiting for the blank has dropped from the game thing. It's not often you see an entire freeze lag spike and then actually rallying. It's moving a bit now, we'll see. If it continues to be super laggy, I will drop out in hopes of helping the players move forward. But hopefully we get to see this game, because it would suck to wait and load in and then just abandon the game. Alright, lag's passed for now, we are moving forward. Cold Voider finds Skarsnik chilling in the trees. The Greenskins are in a holding pattern for now. They seem pretty fine with things. Kind of surprised they don't want to take the fight. The Savage Orcs should whoop on Marauders. 40 melee attack with their Frenzy. Not another lag spike. No! No! Damn. The freezing. Removed the beta tag? Yeah. Alright, we'll back out. Hopefully help them move forward a little bit without a third person in the lobby, but damn. Rip. Okay. While we were in the game, I did message two other duos that were playing and asked if there was a game that was in a lobby we could inspect. It looks like Big JP and the Central Scrutinizer might be available for us to cast. So, sorry. One sec. Hubbas forgot to press play. It's true. Okay, Big JP's typing to me. All right, sorry. Awkward. Somebody let us play. Not let us play. Let us watch. So Big JP and Scroot, they had loaded into the game. It looks like they just wanted to play it out. They didn't want to back out. Okay. We found something. We found something. Got to be fast with the blocker. There we go. All right, we're back with Danny Loggy yet again. My opponent, who destroyed me, going up against ODM's Marco Magno. Okay. I think this series is 0-0. Someone will tell me otherwise if that's not true. Oh shit, do we have another Grand Cathay game? Versus Bretonia? Why? Why is this happening? I don't know. I'm scared. I don't like it. I'm gonna take a leak. BRB. I'm back. Oh, I need to stand up. Been sitting too much. What if you could pick Marathi as a Slanesh Lord, like you could pick Valky as a Khorne Lord? That'd be pretty funny. Marco is ready. Danny is ready. And we're into it. Who is ready for Gotrek and Felix versus Gotrek and Felix? Holy shit, neither of them brought it! Jesus Christ! Gotrek and Felix are annoying, but they're not that good, honestly. So in high-level tournaments, you're probably not going to see them because most players know how to abuse footlords. Or foot characters. Like, just ignore them and run around other places. There's a desync in the game exiting. What the hell? Is somebody on the mod and somebody else is not on the mod? We lost Marco. CA, just get dedicated servers, please. This new thing in your server, as a new user of server, I'm confused, like the game mechanic. What? It's new for me in the fruit rules. Beverett, I'm a little confused, but let's try and figure it out here. All right. So if you're in my server, this thing you matched up for, it's a best of 3. Gives you 3 maps, tells you how to do picks and bans and stuff. If you want to, you can go to the best of 1 practice pit for new players. And if you game in there, it'll just tell you who picks a faction, what map to play on, and then you can just play with your opponent. It's unranked. It's just fun. It's kind of like the ranked matchmaking or whatever in yeah, it's like the ranked matchmaking thingy, but you know, someone's not going to forest camp you or something. And we're back into game already. Is Nameless Order in here? Black Knight? I don't know. Okay, we made it into the game this time. There was no weird desync issue. Nice. And Bretonia versus Cathay. Oh, that is usually a tough one for Bretonia. We'll see what they can do. We will see what they can do. As far as the artillery duel, it's going to be 1 firing rocket versus 3 field trebuchets. My heart says 3 trebuchets would win it, but my brain says Cathay goes burr. So I'm a little scared. Bretonia's mostly set up. They have 3 Knights of the Realm. Actually, 2 Knights of the Realm and 1 Knights Errant. We have King Lewin Leoncoeur. Then we have Henry Le Massif, both flying. A life caster with just Earthblood. A whole bunch of archers. Looks like 6 archers. 3 peasant long spears. Well, sorry, spearmen in arms, but they're pretty much peasant long spears. 3 field trebuchets. I am concerned and frightened that that lack of front line will come back to haunt them. Dearest Thomas, you have started the stream too soon. No, I started the stream when the tournament started. I have started it perfectly on time. For Cathay, the box is being formed. The box is here. Jade Warrior front line, Peasant Long Spears back line. We do have some Jade Warriors and Halberds, looks like 2 of them. 2 Iron Hail Gunners, 1 Peasant Archer, 1 Fire Rain Rocket, Meow Ying, the Storm Dragon with Regrowth and Talons of Night, and we have triple Jade Lancer. You are very noob friendly, likey. Dude, we're trying. We're trying to grow the community. We are trying to get new players into the game, or at least give them a space where it's like, listen, we have set up an area for you to give it a shot, and if you don't like it, that is fine. But some people play quick battles, and then somebody on quick battles is an absolute dick bitch to them, and they get discouraged and leave the community. It's like, no, at least come try playing with us. We're people that won't be an asshole. And then if you still don't like it, then it's fine. But Fire and Rocket immediately shoots at some Peasant Bowmen and actually kind of whiffs horrifically, while all 3 Trebuchets are currently shooting at that single Peasant Archer. Both sides saying, fuck your cheap archers, I hope they die. More Fire Rain Rocket nonsense. This one almost fully deletes that Peasant Bowman, who is going to rout, and the Trebuchets continue to fire at the single Peasant Archer. I'm not a fan of this. I kind of want them to shoot the Fire Rain. Oh, that could be the plan. Okay, I still don't approve, but maybe that's the idea, is just get the Peasant Longbows in range of the Fire and Rocket and finish it off that way, and that's why you're not wasting the Treb shots on it, I guess. Lewin tries to dive some Iron Hails, but he takes a bunch of damage on the way in, even with his missile resist from his Lion Shield, giving him 55% missile resist, 20% physical resist. Still, the Iron Hail's got a decent poke off onto him, and he really didn't get too much done there. He has bad crowd clearing, so I'm not shocked. Now the Trebuchets are targeting the Fire Rain Rocket. But they've already lost almost 2 Peasant Bowmen for the sake of that. Peasant Archers routing. Peasant Bowmen versus Peasant Archers. Peasant Long Spears versus Spearmen at Arms. This is going to be an easy game to cast for sure. Those are basic Trebs, yeah. See, now the Archers are in range of the Fire and Rocket, and I like this a lot. And the Trebs, there we go. That's the right play here from Danny Loggy. Quite nice. The Trebs realizing that the Archers are going to take care of this Fire and Rocket, not even wasting their time with it, and that is good stuff. Good start for Bretonia overall. Bounce power is actually in favor of Cathay already, which is a little wild, as Knights of the Realm and Knights Errant try and take a bit of a charge, get a little bit of damage, and then back off, getting healing, but the Archers are just tearing apart these Iron Hail Gunners, almost finishing off the Firing Rocket. They need one more volley, but I don't know if they're going to get it, as Jade Lancers have left the box and are now just sprinting through the Peasant lines. And where is the Bretonian Cav? There is one Knights of the Realm trying to counterfight with the Jade Lancers, but these other Knights are out of position as of right now, just leaving all of their Peasant Bowmen at the mercy of these Jade Lancers and Miao Ying. Miao Ying does go into her dragon form. She starts casting it, then she runs away. But she might want to be careful. Being next to Henry Lamassif, he does have a bonus versus large. And Lewin is running over. He probably wants to take out that Iron Hail Gunner that is aiming right at Henry. Nice dodge, landing in the middle of the volley, so only like the back end of it hits you. And now he's trying to get blocked by his opponent's Jade Lancers, so maybe these guys will get obstructed and they won't fire. All 3 Trebuchets were aiming at these guys for a bit, but then they aim at something else. They're shooting at the Halberds, but someone's got to stop those guys. Lewin, what are you doing? Lewin, no! Stop the things! Stop the count! He was going for them. I thought all these Trebs switched on to something else because Lewin was going to disrupt these Iron Hails, but he didn't, and now there's just no one harassing them as they get free shots onto Lewin. Please, God, someone stop the Iron Hails! Please! There we go! Knights Errant diving into the back of them with a nice charge. Takes about half their HP and stops them from shooting Lewin. Good stuff for Bretonia if they want to remain in this game, but this is the part I was worried about. With so few Knights and so few Spearmen, your backline is completely open, and if the Jade Lancers leave the box, which they did, they are going to just eat Peasant Bowmen for days. And this is Bretonia's attempt to stay in this game. They need to just snipe out Miao Ying. That is kind of their only hope. If you can get this game down to just melee infantry walking around after you, maybe you can win it, but it's looking a little risky. Bounce power is about even, and I am being quite negative on Bretonia. I just am super scared with all their... Because, like, look how many Peasant Bowmen are shattered, right? We have 2 shattered, 2 routing, a 3rd routing, 4th routing. So your DPS is falling quickly, and this Jade Lancer is sprinting at the Field Trebuchets. It's going to kill all 3 of them and massively turn this game against Bretonia. So, I don't know. I think it's doomed. Super short range guns are not in Total War Warhammer. Iron Hills have high damage output, but are really easy to router damage. I feel they're in a good spot. Lewin getting chased down by Miao Ying, but he is fighting in some halberds and some spears, so he's going to run away for now. Henry's in the same position, and the first of many Trebs to fall is down. Those Jade Lancers are actually almost routing for now. But bounce power shifting further in the favor of Cathay. I would tend to agree. Lewin continues to duel with Miao Ying. It is a duel he is losing. Because I don't know how you could expect expensive duelist lord to fight somebody who's roughly the same cost, but is also a spellcaster. I'd think that if Miao Ying is a spellcaster and about as expensive as Lewin, then she should probably also win the duel, and I don't know why you would expect any different as Lewin gets his ass handed to him. Henry is nowhere to be found. He is currently in the back trying to peel for those trebuchets, but it's just not going to matter. Even if you save the trebs, like, you just have so much Cathay infantry walking at you. They're going to eventually get here, and this game is doomed. Doomed. I hate Lewin. Lewin is, in fact, giga trash. GG. Cathay OP, please nerf. Actually, not a joke, though. Cathay is OP, please, for the love of God, nerf this faction. They are a super fun ball of stats. Oh wait, I gotta go to the values first. Miao Ying, 2,900 damage value. It's almost like she is a better duelist, caster, hybrid, healing, amazing dragon lord than Lewin is on his poopy hippogriff. Fire and Rockets did fine before they got shut down. Jade Lancers did amazingly. They're not going to get great value, but they did just run over archers all game, stop them from shooting. Jade Warriors walked slowly at the enemy, forcing them to do other stuff. Iron Hell Gunners paid for themselves. Peasant Long Spears did okay. And inside Lewin, 760 value. Pog as fuck. Henry Le Massif, 700 gold value. Knights did fine-ish. Trebuchets, struggled to get their value back real bad. Peasant Bowman got run down. Miao Ying, 2,300. She's cheaper! She's cheaper than Lewin! She is cheaper than Lewin. I didn't know that. I thought, like a sane fucking human being, she was more expensive. Even by a little bit. No! She's cheaper than Lewin. My bad. My bad. Why wouldn't I be surprised that there is a cheap foot lord that's running around at high speeds with healing for herself? Well, I kind of blended Astrogoth there for a bit. But anyway, a caster hybrid foot character being cheaper than dedicated duelist characters and beating the dedicated duelist characters. How did we start out this stream? Talking about Hell Pit Abominations? Talking about the Saurus Scar veterans on their T-Rexes, if they're any good? No, they're not any good because they've fallen behind. They're priced at a point for a job they can't do. Lewin can't duel a caster lord that's cheaper than him. Ah! I hate Cathay. Fuck Cathay. Fuck Astrogoth. He's not even on Cathay. He's taking strays. He's taking strays this stream. Fuck Astrogoth. CA, we made a caster lord, but what if people want to kill them? That cannot happen. Stats! Give him stats! Sir, Astrogoth, he's an infantry-sized lord. He can get caught in Croxagors. What if the Croxagors surround him? He can't move. Give him 5,000 mass! Make this man a dragon! Sir, Miao Ying, she's getting caught. What do we do? Give her the best blob punishment spell in the game. Talons of Night. What if it's on cooldown? You're right. What if it is on cooldown? Let her turn into a dragon. She'll just fly out of that bitch. Doesn't even matter. But sir, what if she takes any damage whatsoever? Give her regrowth! Give her regrowth and Earthblood! She must not die! I am not a fan of the current balancing system that CA goes with, where they release a busted ass lord that's cheaper than every other lord, and they're like, I don't see a problem with it. It is dumb though. Like, if you hear me rant about Cetra or Lewin, those are two of my favorite targets when I comment on like a lord being just completely out of date. It is a little silly, their price point. Like, their price point is actually insane. But the fucked up thing is it's not even consistent. Like, Astrogoth's price point is insane for how much value he brings. But in the same DLC, you have Zatan the Black. Zatan the Black is not worth it at all. Like, his price point is way too high. He's kitted out to kind of be the Belagar of that roster. Like, if you want a super cheap melee lord who can just take care of himself, but you want to spend your money elsewhere. But he's not even that. He's super expensive for what he does. So it's fucked. Or if you just look at Game 3 in general, it's like, okay, Miao Ying can do it all, and she's apparently cheaper than Lewin. That's super cool and fine. The Dragon-Blooded Shugenin Lord is also way undercosted for what they can do. All that stuff. Cool. Fine. Then you take a look at the Heralds. Across the board, here's my hot take. Besides the Tzeentch one, but Nurgle, Khorne, and Slaanesh, their Heralds are wildly overcosted. The Herald of Slaanesh is cool. She has cool abilities. The Herald of Khorne is cool. Has cool abilities. The Herald of Khorne on his motorbike costs as much as Miao Ying. Those are not the same unit. Those are not even close to the same unit. The Herald of Slaanesh on her little Doot Doot rider, not even her best mount, just her Doot Doot rider, with like 2 spells, is 2,200 gold. So that's 100 gold cheaper than Miao Ying. Those are not the same thing. A Herald of Slaanesh on a Doot Doot is not the same as Miao Ying with Regrowth and fucking Talons of Night. So it's weird, because it's wildly inconsistent. They either vastly overcost things for what they do, or they wildly undercost things for what they do. Even in the same DLC, as I pointed out with the Chaos Orbs. It's nutty. And I really wish they would get their shit together. Hero Hammer can be stronger with Zhao than Meow. Constellation of Dragon, Final Trans. Fios can heal. Don't tell the Cthulhu players. Could always be worse. Could be like the Ogres or the generic options. They're just better. True. True. It's just weird. It's a weird design philosophy right now where it feels like the more supportive your lord is, the more expensive they are, and it's not proportional. Like, Lewin's a support lord. Heralds are support lords, and they cost an arm and a leg for literally no reason. Or you can get a caster duelist lord that can carry the entire game for you for cheaper. It's just weird. Someone said it on one of my streams. I don't remember who it was, so if it's you, congratulations, you. But someone was saying they wish this game wasn't so balanced around lords, and they wish it was more balanced around like your army carrying rather than your lord in a lot of factions. Not every faction, but a lot of factions, like their lord option can just carry the entire game. And it's like, reading that, I was like, you know what, actually I agree. I wish lords were a little less consequential in how the game flows. Alright, load up the second game. Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves. Used to be considered even, then the Tomb Kings took some serious nerfs and Dark Elves got some buffs, so right now I'd probably think it's Dark Elf favored. But we'll have to see. Danny Loggy trying to stay alive in this tournament. Eltharion is wildly overpriced. Oh, for sure he is. Yeah, it's not a new Game 3 problem. It's just been always a very strange problem. And it's like a super easy to fix one, right? Because you don't even have to change the lord for the campaign players. You just change the cost in multiplayer. Where it's like, Eltharion is wildly overpriced. Okay, he needs reworks for different reasons, but Eltharion is wildly overpriced. Minus 500 gold. And it's like, it would take you 2 seconds. And for some reason it doesn't make it in the patches. Eltharion is a glitch right now, so he's underpriced. What glitch are you talking about? Were you mentioning this yesterday? I feel like I never got an answer about that yesterday. You were saying he gets a free Soul Quench cast or something, but is it the same missile bug that literally every missile spell has? Because you could take Kairos Fate Weaver And you could cast infinite blue fires if you keep canceling the spell at the right time. He'll just cast it anyway without any of the stuff. So I don't know if that's an Eltharion specific thing. If you're talking about something else that gives him a free soul quench, then that's different. Mo Diddle, that's a really good point. Feels like there are melee lords, caster lords, and then caster lords that are also great in melee, but all three of these are priced the same. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. Tehenowin is more expensive than Mazdamuni. That's just stupid. It's the flying unit missile cancel move. I gotcha. Okay, cool. All right. We are into the video game. We have Malekith 2.0. Cheaper, stronger, more powerful than ever before. Not really. Supreme Sorceress of Dark actually does a lot of the same things Malekith does for like 500 gold cheaper, but Malekith is tankier. He has physical resist and Gaze of Malice, so he can clear out chaff better, and he has physical resist, while the Sorceress of Dark is cheaper, and she can take an item that gives her 20% damage resist every so often, but yeah. They kind of function a little differently. She is definitely discount Malekith. Like, Malekith is better, but more expensive. On the other side, we have triple Blackguard of Nagar... Wait, sorry, not the other side. On the same army, but in part of our army. Smooth recovery there. Triple Blackguard of Nagarond, double Reaper Bolt Thrower. 2 Dark Riders with shields, a bunch of Blackheart Corsairs, and Dread Spears. That is an interesting Dark Elf build. That is not what I'm used to seeing at all. Very rarely take CA sides, but Lords being somewhat overpriced and overstated compared to regular units is very consistent with Fantasy. But what about the ones that aren't overpriced? Like Astrokov, like Miao Yang. Alright. On the other side for the Tomb Kings, we have Nahakar Warriors paired with Skeleton Warriors, paired with the Kepler Guard, Tomb Guard with armor. Ooh, they don't have armor piercing anymore since that nerf. Oh well. They still have regeneration, magic attacks, and bonus for infantry. We have 1 Melee Ushapti, 1 Tomb Scorpion, Cetra the Imperishable. Please tell me he's not on his chariot. Okay, he's on his horse. That's much more acceptable. I still think he's bad, but on his horse he's more acceptable. More Melee Ushapti throughout. 1 Screaming Skull Catapult, the Eyes of the Desert Sepulchral Stalker ROR. And that is it. Archeon with 2 cheap spells is my way to go. Yeah. But he's like the bringer of the end times. Makes more sense. Sporkle Stalker is going to get some free shots off onto the Sorcerer's Truck. She sees them now. She pops her 20% damage resistance and runs away, mitigating a lot of that damage. So nice play by both sides, realizing there that she couldn't just fly over for free. What are these Bolt Throwers going to do? It looks like they're counterfiring the Screaming Skull Catapult, and with their single shot, they will take out the actual catapult models rather quickly. But I wonder if that's going to be worth having 2 of them shooting at that thing, because they're going to get compromised pretty quickly in the fights. They have to get their damage out swift. I wonder if they switch on to the Eyes of the Desert, or if they just continue to shoot at those catapults. We're already down to half their models. I just worry, because the Sporkle Stalkers are trying to tee up a shot right now. And though thankfully for the Dark Elf player, they are obstructed by their own Ushapti. So rip in peace there, and the Blackguard are moving up. Meanwhile, Tomb Scorpion and more Ushapti cleaving through some Blackheart Corsairs at the moment, and the Kepler Guard should be beating the brakes off those Dread Spears. Cetra is somewhere. Here he is. He's hanging out, he's chilling. Soul Stealer manages to hit all of these units despite being pulled away by the Ushapti, so Marco Magno trying to dodge with that, but just Soul Stealer things. It hit all of them anyway because of reasons. And the Darkcaster is not giving up. She dives back on the Ushapti, decides against it the last second. I would have to agree, as the Reaper Bolt Throwers are now pulling back. They've killed all the Screaming Skull Catapult models. So now it's just kind of a worthless melee infantry. And these Dark Riders are way out of position. They're flanking back here, but there's nothing for them to kill. So they're now just not where they need to be, unfortunately. Realm of Souls is trying to heal up some of these Nekar Warriors who are just getting mulched by Blackguard. And I wonder what the Dragoncaster will do. It looks like she is lined up for a breath attack, but hasn't quite pulled the trigger on it yet. I don't know if she should. There might be other targets for breath attack. No, she's just trying to dive Cetra. Never mind. Going for the Sporkle Stalkers is probably the right choice. And I really hope to see these Dark Riders joining the frontline fight, because nothing back here is worth killing. Just nothing at all. That catapult was already doomed, and those are 2 worthless-ass chaff pieces. So we need to see her come back in for other things. The Woods fights appears to be going to the Tomb Kings. Dark Elves are fine with this overall. They don't really care about that fight over there. They mostly care about trying to snipe out Cetra. They care about trying to kill the Eyes of the Desert. And they still have a bolt thrower that is over here shooting at those Ushapti, but they're gonna get run down by Nekar Warriors. I'm very scared for the Dark Elves right now. It's not looking good. Cetra finds himself in the middle of Blackguard. Dark Riders continue to fight random spears in the back, and it makes me sad. Darkcaster's up in the sky. Where will she go? What will she do? I don't know. Bolt Thrower is about to die, though. The Dark Elves are falling significantly far behind in the balance of power. Quick Soul Stealer onto Cetra. Does he escape? Does he escape? Does he escape? No, he stops the last second. He might have maybe escaped, but Soul Stealer will hit like 4 units. Should finish off these Nekar Warriors. There they go. And the Tomb Scorpion is now fighting Blackguard Corsairs and Blackguard. There's a new Ushapti summon. Looks like the Tomb Kings are going to go for a sniping play of their own onto the Dark Elf Caster Lord. They are famously hard to kill with sniping plays. But we'll see. These Blackguard off in the woods are chilling. I think they killed some random chaff earlier, but they might want to come home for a bit as these Blackguard continue to fight. The Ushapti summon is here. The Ushapti summon already took a quarter of its HP. Good lord. And can the Blackguard carry this game? I don't know. Sorceress of Dark is going to take off in the sky. It looks like the Sparkle Stalkers are eyeing her up again. They might try to take her out. She has 3 breath attacks left, though, and she has to use those. Nope, she's used 1, apparently, off screen at some point. Does she use it on Cetra? Not while he's moving. He'll just dodge it while he's moving. Uh-oh. Sparkle Stalker's aiming at you. You gotta duck, you gotta dip, you gotta dive, you gotta dodge. The 4 Ds of dodgeball! No! No! Going for a breath attack onto Cetra, but he is free. He's not bound up by anything, so he does just dodge it easily enough. And his Usarian's Incantation of Vengeance is going to do a lot of damage to his Blackguard, and things are looking real bad for the Dark Elves now. She dives down again to stop the Sparkle Stalkers. Soul Stealer, does it hit them on their way out? Yes, it does, and it hits Cetra. She's trying to fight. She has no support. The Dark Elves are falling further and further behind. I don't love the Bolt Throwers. I didn't really see the point of them. Personally, the rest of the build seemed okay, but you do need some of your nice armor-piercing missiles from the Dark Elves, either your Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows or Shades or Dark Shards or something. I don't know. This game's not lost yet. For sure, if Dragon Lady can snipe out Cetra, then the Dark Elves have a pretty decent shot in this. The Blackguard are still bumping and grinding, but she has to go get Cetra right now, right now, right now, right now, right now, right now. Go over there. Go, 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 go. You have Dark Riders offering some support. They're doing good. Cetra's real low. You gotta get over there. You gotta get onto him. It looks like she's going for the Tomb Scorpion, but who gives a fuck about the Tomb Scorpion? Go get Cetra, please. Don't let him cast more Usarian's Incantation of really long name. Don't let him cast more. Danny, please. Danny, go kill him. No, Danny, no. Oh, it hurts. It hurts now, the Blackguard. Damn it! Damn it, Danny! No, please! Go kill the targets that matter, not the Poop Scorpion! No one cares about the Poop Scorpion! Even the Poop Scorpion doesn't care about himself. He's like, I know. When he looks in the mirror, he sees failure. Just let him die at this point. He's gonna crumble on his own. Stop fighting him! Go kill Cetra! Please! Okay, Blackguard. Pushing off the Eyes of the Desert. This is your moment. This is your time. Can you get a Dragon Charge attack onto Cetra? Do you have a Soul Stealer? Yes. Yes, this is the play we wanted to see. The 20% Opal Amulet. Damage resistance, but she misses the charge. Not Danny's fault. That one's just dragon things, but gets the charge attack on Cetra. This is the way back into the game. She can finish him off. She's gonna fucking do it. I think, maybe, possibly. 40% damage resistance. Physical resistance, but I guess it is damage resistance against her. Does she have a Soul Stealer to help finish him off? Does the Dragon Lord continue to get hits? There's a big Soul Stealer. There's a big moment in this game. You have 1 breath attack left. It'll be super helpful for the Kepler Guard later. I think this is the Dark Elves' way back into the game. Still trying to snipe out Cetra. Still trying to get him down to that point where he starts crumbling, but he's taking big hits. He's taking big shots. He's down to sub 600 HP. He's crumbling. He's down. She hits multiple times in a row. This lady don't miss. Cetra the imperishable is imperishable no more. And the Dark Elves are back in the game. I said, as crumbling kind of crumbles. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, Crumble. Come on. Crumble away. Go away. Stop it. All right. Danny's back in it. My boy. I like game threes, but also Danny beat me, so I want him to do well. I think you got to use your breath attack right about here. Hit those Kepler Guard right in the face. They're lining up for you. Does he do it? No, not really. He's going to go try and snipe out the Sparkle Stalkers, which is all right. This is risky. This is risky. This is the riskiest thing I've ever seen. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, taking a lot of shots to the face, but a big land. Get some hits in. It takes a lot of damage, but get some big hits in. Sparkle Stalkers are going to start crumbling as these Ushoptis are trying to chase down the Black Guard. Can the Dark Elves really carry this game? I don't know. I'm scared. That last breath attack has to be a doozy. Okay, sorry. We're in chat for a second. Sparkle Stalkers are crumbling away. Without their Lord and without any healing whatsoever, they are for sure dead, so I think the Black Guard should stop trying to chase them. They are just taking more damage than they need to. The Black Guard probably need to refocus on the Ushopti. Those are what they need to take out for sure. Dark Riders and the big Caster Lord deal with the Sparkle Stalkers. There is no more threat to her when she's in the sky. There's literally no ranged units left whatsoever. And she tried to land onto those guys and then opted not to, which is probably the right decision. She's got to breath attack those Kepler Guard, though. She cannot let them grind through her Black Guard. Can't let that happen. Please, please, God, use your last breath attack onto them. Do it. Fucking do it. Here it is. Here it is. It's lining up the shot. It's lining up the shot. Where does it go? Nobody knows. Big breath attack. Half their HP gone and their healing cap appears. She even dives in afterwards to get another big chunk down, really trying to support these Black Guard. And a Soul Stealer. This is the Dark Elves we want to see. This is the D-tier faction that never makes it into tournaments that everybody was so excited to see. Oh wait, fuck, am I cheering for Dark Elves? What's happened to me? Where has my life led me to this point? Kepler Guard getting mulched down. Their crumbling has kicked in. The Ushopti joined in. They are also dealing good damage to the Supreme Sorcerer. She has a 20% damage resist on. The Black Guard continue to chug and bump and grind. But I wonder, are the Ushopti going to get too much damage out onto the Supreme Sorceress of Dark? She needs to get back over to her halberd friend. She needs to get out of here. She's running away, but more Dark Elves are coming from the farthest reaches of space. We also have some Skeleton Spearmen that no one gives a shit about, and some Nedkar Warriors off in the distance. But the Black Guard are running out of juice. They're running out of sauce. The Sorceress charged back in. She just really needs to keep these Kepler Guard crumbling, and she will do so. Crumbling is going to be their best friend as the Black Guard continue to fade away. The Dark Elves are rallying just a little bit, but they're so exhausted. They're so out of gas, and the Kepler Guard managed to get their leadership back under control while being attacked by a giant dragon lady while at 1/4 HP. What is this video game, and why do undead have such good leadership? Stupid Ark in the Black with his stupid nut crumbling in the face of a Packmaster dumb piece of shit face. I'm not still mad about it. I got over it. I moved on like a healthy adult. Rear charge from the Black Guard and these other spearmen will mean the Ushopti will probably start crumbling yet again. The healthy Black Guard are healthy no longer. Dark Elves are up on the balance of power, but I am scared. I am concerned because I don't think they have another Soul Stealer. When you heal cap a Black Dragon Lord, you probably have used all your Soul Stealers. They maybe, possibly, potentially have one Soul Stealer left. Maybe is a pretty key word there. Kepler Guard back into crumbling territory, so are the Ushopti, but a rear charge in from the Skeleton Spearmen might cause a mass rout. As one Black Guard routs, the other Black Guards start to sense a shift in the tides. They think, maybe I should be leaving too. If Terrence is leaving, then why should I, Gary, stick around? Terrence is being a lazy asshole. Dread Spears rout and shatter. Black Guard rout and shatter. Other Black Guard barely hold. For now, do they rout? Do they shatter? Can the Dragon Lord truly carry this as she dives back into Skeleton Spearmen? Looks like the charge did not really do that much damage, unfortunately, as she does roll straight through to the Kepler Guard, barely keeping these other Black Guard in the fight, allowing her to cycle charge. As soon as those Black Guard rout, she will have to stay in melee combat. Kepler Guard continuing to crumble, but they are also continuing to heal. Ushopti have dove back in on the Dragon Lord, and I don't think she can do it. I don't think she has it in her. Balance of Power thinks the Dark Elves have it. I really don't. I really don't think they have it. She's taking lots of damage. The Balance of Power is all of a sudden thinking that, wait, maybe that giant Caster Lord surrounded by a bunch of shit is actually gonna die. Do any of the Dark Elves rally? Do any of the Dark Elves come back to help her? Does she have another Soul Stealer in the back pocket? It does not look like it. It does not look like it, as even the Ushopti are rallying in her face. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. Balance of Power is dead even. Sorceress tries to continue fighting. She might want to leave this area and go fight those Nehekar warriors rather than be surrounded by all this stuff, but it looks like she is just going to continue to grind it out. The Kepler Guard have rallied. They are not actually crumbling anymore. That's how fucked up Undead leadership is. The Ushapti even rally, and she is about to fade, but she has some Blackguard back in the distance. Oh, Blamelink gives her 20% damage resistance. She continues to just swing. She's swinging for the fences, but she's taking too much damage. She can't possibly get out of this, not without another Soul Stealer, which doesn't look like it's coming, otherwise it would have been for sure used by now. And that is going to be it. Marco Magno is going to take it 2-0. No shot. No shot. Dragon Lord comes back. Yeah, Kepler Guard's leadership's positive at this point. Damage sustained while they're almost dead is a minus 47 leadership. That's it. That's all the leadership debuff they get from being almost dead. That's cool. That's cool. Mashed potatoes, $5 from Boojilicious. Hey, thanks. Thanks, buddy. Scott M with the $10. Thanks. You guys are being very generous today. Thank you. Jesus. I don't deserve this. Honestly, I think Undead leadership is down to legendary campaign players. If leadership is normal for Undead armies, they would basically start crumbling the moment they get charged at single player. Yeah. Setra the Imperishable, 2100, actually had a pretty good game for himself. Sepulchre Stalker's 1900 value. Tomb Scorpion struggled. Ushapti did great. Kepler Guard did fantastically well. Nehekar Warriors did okay. Yeah, that one did really good. Scream Skull Catapult got shut down immediately, and the Skeleton Spears did okay. Supreme Sorceress of Dark, also known as Malekith, 4,200 for her. The Black Guard actually did very, very nicely. The Bolt Throwers were unfortunately not there for it. I think actually, though, he might have taken those to pressure Ushapti Great Bows or the Scream Skull Catapult, as we saw, or the Casket of Souls. So just because the target wasn't there, I guess I shouldn't be that critical of the Bolt Throwers. Yeah, they're okay. Okay, I don't dislike them that much, I guess. Dark Riders did fine. Black Corsairs did okay. I think the Dark Riders took a bit too long to realize they had nothing to do in the backline, where they went back to the Tomb King's backline, but the Bolt Throwers already dealt with the Scream Skull Catapult, so it was just an over-investment of resources from Danny, where, okay, if you're going to sprint some Dark Riders back there to kill it, the Bolt Throwers need to be shooting at Ushapti, they need to be shooting at the Sepulchre Stalkers. If you're going to use the Bolt Throwers to kill the Scream Skull Catapult, the Dark Riders need to be rear charging the front line, getting Crumbling going even faster, holding Setra in place. But then he sent 2 of his 3 Dark Riders and the Bolt Throwers all to kill the Catapult, and it's like, okay, well that's just too much. So, but the build itself was fine. I mean, it ended up being a super close game. Very GG. Hold your head high, Danny. You made it a banger. We love Danny. We love Marco Magno, too. I just haven't talked to him as much. I see Danny hanging around my server. Playing games, getting that grind out. I've had very few interactions with Marco, but he seems like a nice gentleman. But he's from ODM. Scumlord clan. Thanks, Chadwick Harold. We're doing good. All right, hang on. So we're going to try this thing again. I'm going to message Marco. Nice win. Can you save and send me the replays from your semifinal with Berserk? Win or lose. That way we won't know who wins. All right. So this was an idea proposed by Rocket. It did not work last stream because I went to the finals, so then I couldn't cast the replays because my opponent was waiting on me. Yeah. So let's go check out the bracket. real quick. I will be casting Big JP versus Charks, the RTK semifinal, live. Berserk and Marco Magno will be fighting at the same time. They will send me replays. I have instructed Marco to send me the replays no matter what, win or lose, so that we will not get revealed by like, oh, the person who sent them probably won, right? So I picked it ahead of time. Marco is sending us the replays. Whoever gets into finals will start playing finals while we cast the replays from the other semifinal, and they will send us replays as they play it. This hopefully will reduce on lag and downtime between games. So we're trying it out. As we do it, if it sucks, please provide that feedback. If it is cool, please provide that feedback. All right, but Big JP sent me a lobby code, so I have to hurry my butt up and get in there. Big JP versus Chariot. Big JP is a patron, I believe. Yes, he is, for sure. So Big JP is a patron. Obviously, I'm going to root for him because he gives me money. But on the other side, we do have Charks. A very good Wood Elf player. Very good at kite overall. He was top of the table. Excellent, excellent player. Fought alongside the ranks of Alfredino and Voidlaws and them back in Warhammer 2. Warhammer 3, I haven't seen as much of him, and when I do see him, he does appear to be trying to get back into form, but he's not quite at that like world-beating super juggernaut status yet, so we'll see if he's gotten it back. Though part of that is his play, most of that might be the fact that skirmish in general, kite in general kind of sucks right now. It can be done, but it's not nearly as strong as it used to be, especially Wood Elf Kite. Wood Elf Kite's hurting. Young boy, have another beautiful day. Thanks, Patrick Walker. Looks like we have Beastmen versus Demons of Chaos, maybe? Or is that just what he's hovering while they do picks and bans? Okay, so Big JP's picks were Norska, Dark Elves, and Chaos Dwarves. Ban Chaos Dwarves. Mr. Casual's trolling in the chat, which is fine. That's fine. I don't feel like banning you today, I guess. I guess I'll just let you make a fool of me. What did the group draw? MSI 2023. What is the group draw? Gen G versus G2. Mad versus T1. C9 versus BLG. JDG versus GG. Jesus fucking Christ. Ooh, that's brutal. Okay, round one is going to be 2 LPL, 2 LCK wins for sure. Damn. Skaven are triple S tier. Skaven are fine. Skaven are fine. They're suffering a little bit with the healing and monster meta, but not like they're not bad. They're not bad. They just hate death magic and healing, which are two things that are really strong right now. Is NA winning MSI this year? No, but I think it'll be a close contest between them and Europe, and I really hope we get to see that. But the current group draw actually sucks so bad because if I saw that correctly, if EU and NA teams all lose versus their Chinese and Korean counterparts. In the losers bracket, NA has to knock out NA, and EU has to knock out EU. So it's actually quite likely we just don't get a single fucking EU versus NA in this tournament, and it blows. Charx went Greenskins ban Chaos Dwarves, so it's Norska or Dark Elves versus Greenskins. I would go Dark Elves, but Big JP is going Norska. I know Cool Umbrella, Strat Game, and a couple other people claim that Greenskins is favored into Dark Elves. That has not been my experience. So some people like that matchup. I personally don't. But maybe it's just it's the way I play Greenskins. It just feels bad. It feels like the Dark Elf Dragon Lord gets to do pretty much whatever it wants. Raffle stomp you into the dirt. I'm using pump wagons a lot lately on quick battles to practice them. They're so stupid. They are very stupid. I wish more chariots were balanced like the Seeker chariots currently are, or the Tomb King's chariots used to be. Where Seeker chariots are currently good, but they're not OP. You saw in my game versus Cathay, as soon as one of my Seeker chariots got caught in the backfield by heavy cavalry, the Jade Lancers, it couldn't move and it died. And that's how chariots should be. They don't like dealing with monsters, infantry, or cavalry at all, but they should shred infantry. The problem with pump wagons is, strangely, they are really good against cavalry, so their natural counter they can kind of body for a really cheap price, so it's just a bug and it's stupid. But I don't know. I'm sure game development is hard. Like, it's really easy for me to play the game and just be like, well, just fix it. But there is a part of me that wonders, like, what the fuck is going on with bouncing around chariots, because they've been trying to figure it out since Warhammer 1. They just can't seem to nail it. And it's like, all right, what part of kill infantry but get stuck in cavalry and have a hitbox that actually works is so difficult. Because the hitboxes currently work okay, but if you look at War Wagons and Scourge Run Chariots last patch and a little bit of this patch, you'll know that in melee, certain chariots aren't working correctly. Law on the bone with staff and punch upwards? Yeah, dude. Warzag is the only Greenskin Lord. All other Greenskin Lords are fucking fakes. I refuse to believe otherwise. Warzag's amazing. God tier. I was trying to use the orc board chariots. They're getting stuck in zombies. Exactly, dude. There's certain chariots that are working well, but there's a lot of chariots that just aren't. Like, they do okay. And here's the problem, right? Because some people take when I say, I'll say chariots are bad. And they will take a test like I took when I did the beta patch, whatever. They'll take a test like I took, and you have like a low armor, non-charge defense infantry standing or charging against you. You run a chariot through them, and you do a lot of damage. That's great, but you need the other situations too. And the other situations are where chariots are currently struggling. Is if infantry are standing still, they will usually, if the infantry is not moving towards you, if they're standing still, you'll hit the first model or two. And your chariot, that's what your chariot was aiming for, so he stops, because he's like, I did it. And the other chariots, hit into him sometimes. Sometimes they'll get a decent charge. Sometimes they'll hit him and stop dead. And then when they stop dead, they can't move at all. They can't get out of even infantry, even what they're supposed to be fighting. It's bad. Or if you try to get a charge against a unit at an angle and there's a fight going on, one of your chariots will hit. The other three just like miss and then kind of waddle into the fight but lose their charge. When they're fighting a melee, they're pretty piss poor. Like, when I say chariots aren't working, it's in most situations, not like the ideal, perfect, on paper situation for them. Yeah, they'll do okay, but like outside of that, they don't do very good. And then you have issues of like, usually chariots are quite expensive. They're not a cheap unit type and that sort of thing. Now, pump wagons are unique because they don't get stuck in anything. Like, they're the opposite end of the spectrum. While most chariots are on the weak side, again, I talked about with like that pendulum of CA balancing where they can't seem to figure it out. Pump wagons are exactly what people are worried about when they see chariots, right? Like the Tuskor chariots on the release of the Torx the Brass Bull patch, where it's like nothing can fucking lock them down for some reason. Even high mass can't really lock them down. They get multiple attacks off for literally no reason, so they can just beat their counters and all these things, and it's like, guys, this shouldn't be that hard. More mass than infantry, less mass than cavalry. That's it. A hitbox that is bigger than their model. Because you can't make a hitbox that's the same size as a chariot model. It just doesn't work correctly. So then it feels like they tend to make hitboxes that are smaller than the chariot model. So that, like war wagons or scourge runners. So then when horsemen are rear charging them and the scourge runners are running away, the horsemen feel like they're not there yet. So the path they're trying to take is trying to get them into the chariot, like literally into it. And that's why they don't do too much damage. And the same thing happens with like Kugath. Kugath's not a chariot, but like take Astrogoth versus him and try to duel him. Almost every time you'll get the bug where eventually Astrogoth will stop hitting. And it's because he can't reach the center of Kugath's hit model. So I think like with things that are janky looking, I do think CA needs to make their hitbox bigger than their model rather than smaller. It feels like they almost always aim for smaller, which just leads to problems. And I ranted my way through a pretty long build phase, so we're getting into the game now. Tested Siggy with Auric Armor versus Kugath. Did Sigvald have all of his buffs and Kugath had literally none? Chariots were kind of on point in Game 2 pre-Silence in the Fury. That's too long ago for me to remember. I honestly just don't remember it. Slightly unrelated, but sort of chariot related. What's the use of the Iron Demon? The Iron Demon is terrible because it's on that, again, with that pendulum, it's on the wrong side of it. So it's like, it doesn't have enough mass to really get through infantry. It doesn't have enough impact damage to be worth charging in. It's too expensive, and it's easy to hit. Now, I do hope chariots stay easy to hit, because not being able to interact with a unit model is one of the most frustrating things you'll ever play. It's like you're playing with something that's not meant to be in the game. It's like your opponent's cheating. So I would like for chariots to keep the Iron Demon style of hitbox where you can hit them, you can interact with them, but also the Iron Demon, if it gets a frontal charge on like Empire Swordsman, should probably body the shit out of them. And if it decides it wants to leave, it should pour some coal into those steam engines and just start chugga choo-chooing through that unit, and anybody who stays in its way is gonna fucking die. Like, that's how that chariot should work. It should not, as it currently does. Ooh, senpai, there's swordsmen nearby. I can't move. It's dumb as hell. It's so dumb. Also, the Skullcracker should be more expensive than the Iron Demon. Make it cheaper. I like the Skullcracker. It looks cool. It sucks. All right. Quick setup. Oh, we saw this matchup earlier, actually. But it was the two different players. It was Handedens versus Berserk, and then we lagged out of that game, so we actually get to see it this time. Norska versus the Greenskins. Beasts of Tashnar plus 3 Norskin Ice Wolves, 4 Skin Wolves, Marauder Berserkers paired up with Marauders, Throg the Troll King yet again, Shaman Sorcerer Fire with Burning Head, and a Feral Manticore for Big JP. On the side of the Greenskins and Charks, we have triple Skirmish Cav, 2 Spider Riders, and Morgan's Witch Marauders, the ROR Wolf Riders with their armor piercing. We have an Orc Boy frontline, double Black Orcs, Savage Orc Biggins in the backline. What the hell is this? The Broken Tusks mob, the Swamp Things River Trolls, We have Hammer of Gork, Goblin Rock Lava for its debuffs, and Wurzag for his big buffs, including Here We Go. This is a wild greenskin build. And no pump wagons. Jesus. If Astrogoth and Bulls get gutted and Chaos Dwarfs get no buffs, where will they end up? D tier. Chaos Dwarfs without their broken units are actually not that good. They're cool, but they're not that good. Alright, in the distance, a little bit of skirmishing. This is Charg's comfort zone. He's an excellent skirmish player. Very good at his ammo use. Very good at keeping his ranged assets alive. Now, to be fair, 3 greenskin skirmish cab does not a kite build make, but I don't suspect to see him making any mistakes with these 360 cav whatsoever. I doubt they'll get caught. They'll probably enter the late game with no ammunition. If Norska gets Bjorg, I hope the Skin Bears are added with him as well. Skin Bears? Who's Bjorg? Desire Drive, you can still use the main cannons and the Sorcerer Prophet. Yeah, but I don't think that they're OP enough to make the whole faction. I think if Bull Centaurs and Astrogoth get nerfed, Chaos Dwarves will be quite beatable. Maybe I shouldn't say they'll be D tier. I guess it depends on the nerfs. If Astrogoth and Bull Centaurs didn't exist, is what I was thinking of, they would be D tier. But like, if they get reasonably nerfed so they're good but not broken, then Chaos Dwarves will be fine. They'll be like A or B. So the skirmish cav continuing to get just some free skirmish out for now. A little uncontested, as Norska does advance its front line. The Hammer of Gork is firing. It doesn't tend to do too much damage. You usually want it for the blinded debuff later in the game. Bjorg Bearstruck is an older DOW character that can turn to a werebear. Interesting. Marauders getting into a fight with Orc Boys. Black Orcs also moving up. Wurzag throws out the first of his spells to give the Black Orcs 48 melee attack. The Orc Boys 41, quite comparable there. And the Black Orcs are going to wreck Marauder Berserkers. Their armor should get them through most things. Meanwhile, Savage Orc Biggins take a fight with the Norscan Ice Wolves. Their high weapon strength and 62 melee attack due to... Oh, okay, Frostbite. Whatever. They're back up to 62 from the Bonewood Staff. There it is. So the Bonewood Staff buffing them up quite a lot. The Orc Boarboy Biggins in the backfield. Gonna fight some Beasts of Tashnar and Skinwolves. They should do okay here in the Swamp Things. With Here We Go, giving them a ton of melee attack. That's what that was. Holy crap. But the Skinwolves, yeah, there's a lot of terror going on with the Swamp Things nearby. So good start for the Greenskins. Chark is up about 700 gold value. Throg has committed to the front line, and with his help, the Berserkers are doing okay. I imagine he already popped Fight or Die a little bit. Quick Brain Burst, it does some good poke damage. Paired with a Wah, 72 melee attack on these Black Orcs. That is why I love Wurzag. Little bit of lag, crawling forward, slowly but surely. And it looks like Norska's back is getting broken a little bit here. Their front line is faltering. The back line on the south side of the fight has gone rather poorly for them. Now, the fight on the north side is going a bit better. That is something they can hang their hat on for now. And another hard lag spike. Big JP has been dropped from the game. Oof. That's awkward. Kugath had all of his heals, Fleshy and Fecundity. Weird. We lost the biggest JP. Alright, Big JP crashed. It wasn't a lag thing. Okay. I won't put the blocker back up because both parties should take the same builds. That looks like the correct Norska build. We will see if the greenskins can remember their build. 2 Savage Orc Biggins, 2 Black Orcs, Wurzag, Goblin Rock Lava, 2 Spider Riders, Morgans of AG Marauders, the Orc Boar Boy Biggin ROR. I don't remember how many Orc Boys were on the front line, though. Oh yeah, and the Swamp Things, that's true. Alright, we're back. Sorry for the delay, there was a crash. All right. We're back in. Sorry for the delay. Third time. Oh my god, that's so true. Modal, I just realized this matchup is cursed. You are not allowed to see Greenskins versus Norska. It will continue to always crash on you. What's going on with this mountain? Wasn't that closer to us? Well, now it's just gone altogether. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's on a time delay. Huh. That's a pretty decent thing to put in the background. Like a time delayed moving light thing. Alright, CA, you win this round. You've seen all the builds before, you've seen the setup before. I have no further analysis for you. Instead, I will meander. Keep shouting, little guy. I want the Skyrim DLC for Norska to come out, where you can pick the Dovahkiin. He costs 200 gold, but he's a caster melee fighter lord with regeneration and 700 mass because technically he's a dragon in a human's body. Human boy, they would never do that. Oh no. And that's when chat realized they would do that. They're always looking for more busted shit. They're always trying to outdo themselves. For fuckery. We are off yet again. The spiders continue to clamor along. Pepe Popo. Why am I getting Pepe Popo? Mo, you're in charge of casting while I figure out who texted me and if it's important. A copyright claim was made on one of your things. Oh, is it because I used Linkin Park stuff? Yeah, Linkin Park just copyright claimed me, those bitches. They don't need the money. Whatever. And has dragon summons, infinite dragon summons. They would and I'd love it. Dog! How dare you. Spiders continuing to skirmish a little bit, getting nice poke onto those Norsean ice wolves as Norska advances. Meanwhile, they are getting pummeled by flying green rocks. Also, his casts have no wins, just cooldown based. Yeah. The Thoric Grudgebearer. The Thoric Grudgebearer, if only. The Thorgrim Grudge. Wait, fuck! The Thoric Ironbrow treatment! Jesus. Struggled through that one. Go, little marauders, go. Die. That was some nice damage on the wolves. Yeah. Skirmisher doing quite nicely there. Marauder Berserker's now getting hit with the Hammer of Gork. Norska advances. I'm running out of things to say because we already covered this exact advance in this exact way once before. So we're just getting past this point, and I have no brand new analysis for you. It's not like, this time! I mean, the Skirmish Cav from Chariot is very good. He's very good at controlling it. He's really nice with the ammo use. He's already taken half HP off of a Norscan Ice Wolf-ish. Another Brain Burst, this time onto Marauders, just as the front line collides. And the Greenskins feeling good. Are you winning, son? I lost round 1, but I had fun doing it. Throg piles in. It looks like he's going after Wurzag, who does throw down Effigy to get to net Throg in place while all of the Skirmish Cav fires at him, though one of his attack animations actually carries him forwards, and therefore all the Skirmish Cav missed. Norska's mobility on the flank starting to move in now. They don't want to straight up fight with Savage Orc Biggins or Black Orcs or anything like that. And is that an Here We Go? Here We Go is cast onto the Broken Tusk mob. They charge forward with an impressive 82 melee attack. They will destroy these Norscan Ice Wolves and maybe take out the Skin Wolves behind, but they're struggling. They've hit a wall. They, for some reason, can't... Why did I zoom out like that? That's weird. Let me in! Let me in! Stop it! Okay. Anyway, for some reason they did very little damage to the Norscan Ice Wolves in melee, and they're just not landing hits. Most of their models aren't in melee. Oh, the jank! No! Greenskin's getting fucking murdered by jank, but speaking of getting murdered, Wurzag and the Boars that are in melee combat are wrecking Throg right now. And the Greenskins still hold a balance of power lead, but their damage value is kind of insane. Throg actually routes, and Wurzag is going to follow him for a bit as Skinwolves and Manticore attempt to fight back against the Broken Tusk mobs. Wurzag actually does not end up falling Throg, so if Throg gets far enough away, he is just going to rally and regen his way back into the fight. Things getting a little dicey for the Greenskins in the back line. Norscan Ice Wolves are able to shut down the Hammer of Gork soon. Some of the Orc Boys are starting to rout. But you still have Savage Orc Biggins, you still have Black Orcs, so plenty of elite infantry to take care of business. But your Broken Tusks mob, one of your big mobility pieces, is getting destroyed just due to model jank, where most of them decided not to join the fight because it didn't sound like a fun time, and they're just here for fun. First Burning Head I have noticed, it might be the second one cast, but first Burning Head I have noticed goes down the line of those Orc Boys, and why does that keep happening if I click on a unit? It just zooms me out randomly. Okay. Anyway. Gets those Orc Boys low enough on HP and leadership. They might rout with the burnt leadership debuff, but no, they managed to hold on for now. The Swamp Things are shattered, straight up torn apart, as we get another Here We Go cast going onto Wurzag. I think this is too risky. Here We Go is a very expensive spell. It's 11. Okay, it's not that expensive, but still, it's expensive. I prefer just spamming out Fists of Gork or Brain Burster for your whole army, so I do worry Wurzag's burning through his Winds of Magic too quickly on a couple of big blob fights. Black Orcs with 88 and 77 melee attack, though. Not something to be trifled with. And Throg is back in the fight, dealing with Savage Orc Biggins, who are having a field day with both him and the Skin Wolves. They love... Stop zooming me out! Anyway, they're loving their life right now. They're having all the greatest targets, so Throg and the Skin Wolves do need to get away from here. They also probably need to get away from those Black Orcs. I don't know what will deal with the Black Orcs, but right now is not the time to fight them. The Skin Wolves do need to be focused on regenerating and chasing down Skirmish Cav in their free time or something like that. But they need to use their regeneration to their advantage, because just fighting these Black Orcs is going to be really, really rough for them. And I am a little scared about that. There's not a ton here for Norska that can deal with the Black Orcs and the Savage Orc Biggins in the late game. Burning Head can take care of the Savage Orc Biggins, I suppose, but the Black Orcs will be fine. They'll be chilling. And as long as Wurzag hangs out with them, he might be fine. A very ambitious Burning Head onto an unclumped up target will not lead to a lot of damage. I hope that was not overcast for Norska's sake. Who would win, a giant hyper-intelligent troll or one dancing boy on a pig? Dancing boy on a pig every time, and you knew that. You knew that, you didn't have to ask. Manticore dives in, but he's not going to get too much done, and the Skin Wolves and Throg are trying to catch out these Savage Orc Biggins while nobody notices. The Black Orcs are a little indecisive about where they need to be going, as these Orc Boys will get killed, and another Here We Go is getting cast, as Wurzag is going to move over to the Black Orcs to give it to them. Here We Go is cast. That is huge. Effigy of the Git onto Throg, locking him in place. As the Savage Orc Biggins also benefit from Here We Go. And that'll be the end of Throg. Probably the end of Norska. They are ahead on the balance of power, but I think that is some horse shit. I think that is fucked up. Fight or Die is the only thing keeping Throg in this fight right now. He does at last rout. If he can get away from this fight, though, if he can get away from the fight, he can heal, he can rally, he'll be okay. Leadership's already positive for now. And Dogs and Skimbles charging in. Now, this is a much better Burning Head. Is it Overcast? If it was, it didn't do any Overcast damage, so it's really hard to tell, but it still doesn't do that much damage to the Black Arcs because of their armor, so I don't know if it was Overcast or not. But the Burnt Leadership debuff is almost enough to rout the Savage Orc Biggins. Balance of Power is even-ish, maybe slightly Norska favorite. I just think that is a crock of shit. I feel like Greenskins are rolling this game right now. Skinwolves realize they have to run over here. They have to deal with these Spider Riders, otherwise Throg is forfeit, and they can't allow that to happen. Actually, the Skinwolves are going to snipe Warzag. The Feral Manticores are going to snipe Warzag, and Throg is back of his own volition, but no! He's going to get rear charged. Oh no, if his leadership falters, he's going to shatter this time. He does not want to be stuck in this situation. His leadership is barely holding as Skinwolves and the Manticore trying to snipe out Warzag. Both sides going for a big Lord snipe. Throg shatters. He is gone. No! Norska is feeling so bad, but as long as he's on the battlefield, even if he is shattered, their leadership doesn't bomb just yet, so they do need to try to win the game before he successfully gets off the map, but the edge of the map is closing in, because if Throg routs, all these infantry are gone. That Skinwolf gone. Beast of Tashnar gone. So they're very concerned about that. Warzag does tear out away from the Manticore. Balance of Power still thinks Norska has this, and I think that Balance of Power is on drugs. As a big Burning Head tries to go down the line, but it's kind of at an awkward cutoff angle. It does rout the Spider Riders. It does rout the Savage Orc Biggins. It'll keep these other Savage Orc Biggins routing. There's two Black Orcs still healthy on the field, though, and thankfully for Norska, for no reason whatsoever, Throg is running away from the edge of the map. If the Greenskins lose, that will be a huge portion of it. He just did not pick the shortest path to get off the map. He's taking his sweet time. Manticore is going to snipe Warzag yet again, going for the big hits. Warzag is going to rout, and that'll take him away from his Black Orcs, and he is significantly faster than them. But oh no, he rallies somehow. His leadership was negative for so long, but he did not manage to rout. Throg still taking his sweet time getting off this map. Norscan Berserkers and Marauders are back in the fight. Savage Orc Biggins are trying to rout off the map, but they will get caught by the Beast of Tashnar. Manticore's routing, but there we go at last. Warzag actually runs for it. If he gets outside this blob, some of the Skinwolves can catch him. Where is Throg? How's his status? He's still running for the edge of the map with the longest route possible. Takes his time going into the woods. A rear charge on the Orc Boys. Can Norska snipe Warzag before Throg goes off the map? They need to even the playing field as far as leadership goes. Skinwolves are continuing to follow Warzag, but they're slowing him down. They're stopping him from routing, and they actually need to let him go. They need to let him run. Otherwise, the Black Orcs can keep up with him and keep poking them in the back. Warzag gets away. They are trying to catch him, though. They want to kill him. They don't want to let him off the map. I mean, off the map is fine, but they want to ideally kill him for that big leadership spike down. While Throg continues to rout, he's getting closer and closer to the edge of the map. Balance of Power is still favoring Norska quite a lot. I still think the Greenskins have teeth left in this game. But a good play from Charix and a bullshit rout from Throg is giving Norska a leg up. I don't think they're going to be able to kill Warzag, but he will rout off the map. There goes Warzag, and here's gonna be a double leadership spike. So Warzag is off the map at the same time that a Burning Head is going down, really trying to trigger army losses or just get these units routing, because the Norscan player also knows, Charix also knows that if Throg leaves this map, all of a sudden this game is back to even for sure. Black Orcs barely clinging on. The oddest, the biggest boys don't give up for nothing, and Norska's gamble seems to have failed. Norska routing in all directions. By the time they rally, Throg will be off the map, and then they will rout again, causing them to shatter. I think he's gone. I think he finally left. Friends routing exhaustion. No, so Throg's not even off the battlefield yet. He's somewhere in those woods. There he is. There he is. He's off the map. And he's gone. Norska's leadership plummets, shattered, routing. That one does manage to hold on for now. These other Skinwolves are going to chase Orc Boys. They're just trying to stay near the Shaman of Fire. His Encourage Aura is keeping them in this fight for a little bit longer, but oh no, I don't think they got it. Balance of Power is valuing this full health Shaman, but what's he going to do about Black Orcs? He ain't got nothing! And here's what also sucks for Norska is Lord Fled recently penalty, -16. The longer they wait, that penalty starts to diminish and get, like, better. Which, I understand stalling. You want to chase off these orc boys. You want to buy some time for maybe more Winds of Magic generation for your skin wolves to regenerate. I understand that, but also the greenskins are kind of okay with waiting as well as the black orc leadership gets better. Oh. Because if you can't route them with like a good surround, charge in, and a burning head, burnt leadership debuff, if your shock value of the leadership does not work, black orcs are going to win. Black orcs can take everything on this map. Your only hope as Norska is a leadership route, and that's why I think acting sooner is probably the right play. They're still at the full value. They're still minus 16 for the Lord fled recently, and the skin wolves are starting to close in now. All right, I got a message. I was making sure it wasn't about this game. Skin wolves are regenerating, but their time to really wait this out has come and gone. Black orcs continuing to move forward. Ooh, but they're in a forest right now. So with the forest stuff, technically Norska doesn't have to attack, because if your opponent's entirely in the forest, then you don't have to obey the attacking rules. Black orcs sauntering out. There it is, though. The Lord is routed debuff is entirely gone. The Black Orcs leadership should be stabilizing quite a bit now. Here it is, the burning head, but there's no rear charge either. The Skin Wolves also catch a little bit of the fire, so they're not going to regenerate as quickly, but there's no rear charge just yet to cause their leadership to go down. That burnt debuff is here, but they waited it out. They don't give a shit that Wurzeg's not here anymore, and the Skin Wolves still care that Throg's gone? No, actually both sides lost their Lord is routed penalty, but still, Skin Wolves are just, in general, less courageous creatures. Their leadership is faltering so low, but it does hang on. Black Orcs also hang on. And they have ITP. The Black Orcs just have natural ITP, so they don't feel fear. They feel nothing. Charx gets another rear charge, but one of his Skin Wolves routes. And remember, if you have friends nearby that are routing that aren't expendable, your leadership also dips. And that's all this is about. It's just about leadership. Because if it was about brute strength, the Greenskins win and both players would have surrendered. What up, Rusty? One Skin Wolf is routing. I'm kind of shocked it hasn't shattered considering how often the Skin Wolves have routed this fight. Another routes, another is routing, and that balance of power is about to turn against the Goblin, the Norskin Shaman as fast as you've ever seen it. One Skin Wolf has shattered. Balance of power starts to think maybe the Greenskins have a shot, and I think the Greenskins have had a shot this entire game. Skin Wolf is back. That one for sure is going to shatter. Oh, wow. Okay, it just straight up shatters even on its rally. So now it's going to actually route. Wow, it didn't shatter, interestingly. Okay. Those guys are coming back. These ones have enough leadership that they'll actually make it back to the fight, but they have to be down to shattering, right? Have to be. Those Skin Wolves are going to rally any second. We'll see if they actually stay in the fight. Black Orcs beating down the Shaman of Fire. Bounce power still is against them. And one more Burning Head, Undercast even, could probably take out these Black Orcs, as these Skin Wolves are attempting to get a rear charge somewhere. Other Skin Wolves are back. And the Shaman is getting cooked. He's getting beaten down. He does not have another Burning Head, or he would have used it by now. His leadership is negative, and he routes. All of a sudden, the Balance of Power is thinking it's dead even. It still undervalues these Black Orcs so highly as Skin Wolves charge in. The other Skin Wolves are getting crumped. And the thing I told you about 7 minutes ago, the Balance of Power is just starting to get a whiff of it, that yeah, the Black Orcs can beat a couple almost dead Skin Wolves. I told you, you Balance of Power idiot. And the Greenskins end up winning it. I don't know why the Balance of Power hated the Black Orcs so much. Because even Groot is pointing out, Wizards have an insane amount of Balance of Power because it doesn't matter how much Winds of Magic you have. The game always treats you like you have the full 90. But still, even with that, it was insane that when the Shaman was routing and there was like nothing left on the battlefield, the game was still like, that almost dead Skin Wolf can kill 2 Black Orcs. That was fucked. GG. Some close matches today? Hell yeah. That was a good match. 1,100 on the Firecaster, 800 on Throg, though several nice net and snipe attempts from Wurzeg did get rid of him rather quickly. Skin Wolves did great. Manticore did actually quite well. Its value's not going to show it, but it did a lot of damage onto Wurzeg. Terror out him a couple times. Excuse me. I had like this, not like a but I don't know, this like bubble that was forming but wouldn't come out, so kind of made my voice weird for a bit. Dogs did okay. Yeah, they did fine. Marauders did okay too. Wurzels did great. He almost paid for himself in melee and provided all his buffs to his army. Black Orcs did fantastically well. Fantastically well for them. The ROR Pig Cav was set up to win and just did not. There are games where the ROR Pigs do very well. I frequently take them in my builds as also. But we got to finally see in that game, like visualize, because when I'm playing, I don't have the time to zoom in on every unit and see what's going wrong. But there are so many times where I try to use those Cav, and they just do what they did to Chargs here. Like, he charged them in against the Skinwolves and the Dogs, and most of them just stood around. Just, what do we do? What happened? What do I do? You have 82 melee attack. Try swinging. No. What do I wander over there? Do I wander over there? What do I do? I hate it. I don't know why this unit in particular does that a lot, but it does. Savage Orc Biggins did fantastically well. Hammer Gork did alright. Skirmish Cav did alright. Orc Boys did fine. And the River Troll Hags unfortunately got murdered. One-oh. Charks picks Tzeentch, Wood Elves, and Tomb Kings, banning Dwarves. %45 physical resistance does nothing when you account for that they have 0 armor. Yeah, 0 armor is a brutal pill to swallow. I'm tired now. There have been a lot of shouty shoutcasts. I'm gonna go sleep. Wake me up when next game's ready. What time is it? It's noon. It's about lunchtime. Do I go get a snack? Do I go get a snack? Big JP goes Chaos Dwarves, banning Charks as Wood Elves. So it's now Tzeentch or Tomb Kings versus Chaos Dwarves. That's probably a Tzeentch angle. I do not see Tomb Kings fighting Chaos Dwarves. That sounds like the worst game in the world for them, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Charks knows something I don't. He is going Tzeentch. I'm right, as per usual. I hate being right all the time. Alright, they're building their armies. I'm going to grab a snack. BRB. If you don't have any pretzels, you're wrong. I do not have any pretzels. I'm back. I got some marshmallows. So I don't need anything too crunchy that can make sounds in the mic and make everybody uncomfortable. Zinch is all fire damage. That sounds bad too. Oh, that is a really good point, Hank Sowers. I've received 2 replays from the other side of the bracket, from the other semifinal. They are either entering game 3 now or they are done. Oh. I don't know about you guys. There's a lot of things wrong with patch 3.0, for sure. Hero Hammer needs to be way less strong, for sure. Astrogoth needs to be nerfed, right? All those things. Like, all the things we've talked about ad nauseum, got it, understood. But I have been having a lot of fun, personally. There's a lot of factions that are more viable. In my opinion, the top and the bottom are way less separated than they were in patch 2.4. Like, a bad faction in patch 3.0 has a way better shot than a bad faction did in 2.4. I've been enjoying it a lot. I think the meta is okay. Unfortunately, the top end, the meta is extremely healing and death magic favored, which just sucks. Like, I'll admit that. It sucks. But outside of that, things are doing okay. Chariots are performing a little better overall. Like, the Seeker Chariot is now viable. Some people have said they've had a little bit of success with the Tomb King's Chariot. War Wagons aren't as OP because they're ammo nerfs. Scourge Runners aren't as OP because their damage got reduced by a bunch. You know? We do need another balance patch. Like, of course they need more fixes, but I just want to take a moment and be positive for once. And actually, like, say I have been having a ton of fun. When I'm not streaming... Or actually, a better example of it is I got frustrated last week because I had so many streams to do for events that I wasn't playing in that I didn't get to play. Like, I actually wanted to play, and it was kind of annoying that I didn't get to. So I've been having a lot of fun with the game. Out of all the broken patches, this isn't the worst one. Yeah. Chase on not black coaches are doing better is what you meant to say. Black coaches, any of the Chaos Dwarf single entity chariots are not doing well. Hellflayers and basic chariots of Chaos are not doing that well. Seeker chariots are doing okay. Pump wagons are not doing... You know, they're on the other end of the spectrum, but pump wagons are not doing well. Someone in chat, again, when I say that, I just don't remember your names, but if it was you, congratulations for you. You can shout that out. I just don't remember because a lot of people say a lot of things to me. Someone suggested last night that I take bear chariots for Kislev, and I gave them a shot. They felt pretty all right. Not great, but they felt all right, you know. So, it's progress. Doom will still feel like shit. Doom players still feel like shit. Maybe there was a time in very early Warhammer 2 that I'm just forgetting. Because I entered the scene just around... By entered the scene, I mean started playing multiplayer just around when Mortal Empires came out. Just on the tail end of that 4-faction meta, where it was like, you know, the start of game 2. So there's literally High Elves, Dark Elves, Lizardmen, and Skaven. So maybe there's a meta I'm forgetting, but like, Doom Wheels have never been good. And it's funny because they were in the Skaven, the original Skaven launch trailer. There's that Doom Wheel that like goes off that ramp and then lands, which is also funny because if you do that in game, your Doom Wheel straight up dies. But anyway, it goes off that ramp and lands and like rolls through a bunch of Dark Elves and the Skaven on its cackling. That shit has never happened in the existence of Skaven, and that's what's so fucking funny about it. What about mammoths? Mammoths are weird. The feral mammoth still sucks. And in my opinion, the non-lord mammoths also suck. But the lord mammoth mounts are kind of doing all right. They're niche, right? You can't just take them in any matchup. But if you need a high HP pool and your opponent doesn't have a ton of shooting, they're really strong. Like, I like them into Skaven. And you might be like, Skaven don't have a lot of shooting. Okay. Fair. But you know that and you're trying to compromise it. Like, I wouldn't take a mammoth into a Norskin mirror because Marauder Hunters and Skirmish Cav would tear it apart. I wouldn't take a mammoth into Greenskins because Greenskin Skirmish Cav is going to get a lot of damage off because the mammoth just doesn't have enough armor. But yeah, it's really good at disruption. Really good. Okay, JP crashed, so now I don't have to deal with the double soul grinder. I'll message Chargs ahead of time. No. Pure lizard milk, you are correct. You are correct. But mammoths are still good versus Skaven because Skaven have such a hard time with large single entities. That's an exception. But like, I wouldn't take a mammoth into Empire. I wouldn't take a mammoth into Chaos or Norska with their Skirmish Cav or Marauder Hunters. The Skaven are an exception because they are so weak to large monsters wandering wherever they please, and other factions don't have that specific weakness. So, that's my bad. Because like you saw, that's how Danny Loggy beat me, right? He had 2 healers, and he had 2 giant single entities that wandered around, disrupted my formations, didn't allow me to shoot, and slowly ground out the game because I couldn't protect anything. Right, my Rat Ogres got in the way of the Necrosphinxes, and the Necrosphinx said, that's neat, and walked past them, you know? Okay, so Big JP crashed again. He sent me a new lobby code. We won't have the blocker up again because it should be the same stuff. For Sigmar, those Beastmen with rat tails, surprisingly good ranged weapons. Okay, Beastmen don't have good ranged weapons, but I don't think you want a giant mammoth lord getting surrounded by Minotaurs with great weapons getting the shit kicked out of him. Versus Cathay, mammoths are great. No! Juck, no! Huh? I'm so frightened. I'm extremely frightened. Because, okay, they can go where they want. I've seen Iron Hail Gunners go burr. Rattling Guns wish they were Iron Hail Gunners, man. I'm frightened. If you've had success with them, that's good. If you're just talking about in theory, that sounds like it would be really tough. You didn't get the joke. Skaven don't exist. It is known. Oh, yeah, you got me. You got me, Victor. Okay. All right. So different tournament hosts handled rule breaks different ways. This isn't my tournament. Now, RTK's Big JP is actually one of the admins for this. So with Charix's double Soul Grinder stuff, I did ask what they're going to do. And apparently the players just agreed that he had to remove the Soul Grinder, obviously, but he could spend it on other units. But Big JP could make modifications to his build as well. So, okay. So in that case, I will put the blocker back up. All right, we're back. Double Infernal Castellan and a Death Shriek rocket thingy. Now, I have heard Kiara specifically, but some other people have been saying that the Death Shriek mortar thing is really, really good against single entities like corpse carts. I have literally never seen it used versus those things. I have seen it used versus Ogre Kingdoms, and it did nothing. So I am immediately suspect. I am ready to be proven wrong, but I am suspect of that unit. Why do you have to remove the double Soul Grinder? They are limited to 1 unit of Soul Grinders. Yeah. Double Soul Grinder used to be available, but it made Tzeentch games so horrifically unfun to watch and play that the community as a whole just decided to limit them to 1. Similar to the way on Warhammer 3's release, Turin's domination tournaments had limit 1 Iron Blaster, even though like unit caps allowed you to have 2 or whatever. It's the same sort of thing. It's just like a community imposed rule because after playing with it for a bit, they all looked at each other and agreed. They were like, you know what? This sucks ass. You guys want to limit this to 1? Yeah. Double Castellans and Snipe with Entrenchment or whatever it's called, but I think you can't take that ability twice. Unless it's single use, you can take it. You can take duplicate abilities as long as they are multi-use, like Foe Seeker. Alright. For the Tzeentch build of Charix, we have 2 Screamers of Tzeentch, triple spawn, including the weird spawn. Oh yeah, the weird spawn have armor sundering, but so do all Tzeentch spawn. I actually forgot that, because I knew they had armor sundering, but I forgot everybody had it for Tzeentch. 2 Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, 3 Marauders, a Soul Grinder, and not Kairos. It's a Lord of Change of Metal. I guess he doesn't want Kairos because Blue Fire might not be as good versus Chaos Dwarves, so we went with Final Transmutation and Searing Doom. The other side for the Chaos Dwarves, we are getting a box. We have Infernal Guard, double Infernal Guard. Weird. I do not see a lot of Infernal Guard. I see some of those, like, Infernal Ironsworn, the guys with the blasting charges, but I don't see a lot of the Infernal Guard. Big JP is using the correct color scheme. Fuck yeah. Black and green, best 2 colors on the whole planet. We have the Blazing Beards of Bazrak as well. Blasting charge boys. We have Astrogoth, Iron Hand, with Cascading Firecloak, Ashstorm, and his Black Hammer. We do have a single Infernal Guard with Fire Glaives, 2 Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons, a Death Shriek Rocket Launcher, and 2 Infernal Castellans with some Goblin support. I am worried. I am quite worried. I love the Infernal Guard with Fire Glaives. I think they're a very cool unit. I think they can be okay in certain situations. But they do prove rather squishy at times, and Tzeentch is known to be good at sniping things. Here we go. And the Death Shriek Mortar's first shot misses. Also, it was multi-shot. JP is going to want to change that back to single shot as soon as possible. Soul Grinder counterfires up the hill, over the woods to Grandmother's house. He does some decent damage, not a ton, honestly. Kind of surprised there. 15% fire resist, but still thought it would do more. Here's the next shot. Is it single shot yet, or is it still going to spread? Nope, single missile streaking in. Takes out the shields and does very little damage otherwise. Infernal Castellans are also firing back. Tzeentch Soul Grinder fires once more, smoking that little Death Shriek rocket launcher. So far, Tzeentch is winning that trade. Now he's starting to dodge. He's starting to get away. Infernal Castellan's firing at him from on top of the hill. Can he even dodge the mortar? It's coming in. It's coming in. He's starting to juke. He's starting to move. He's ducking to duck, dive, dip, dive, dodge, duck, and he dodges it. What a goddamn... I was going to say what a god, but then I said goddamn, so it's the same word twice. Can't do it. Half health on the Death Shrieker rocket launcher. And Charix, we mentioned it before, but he's a really good Wood Elf player, so, and a Kite player specifically. So he's down. Like, he knows his dodges really good. He knows his timings really well. And Tzeentch is kind of the Wood Elves of Game 3. But as I say that, he drops Micro for a bit and has the Soul Rider run in a straight line with a Death Shriek. Can actually hit him. It's a bit of a whoopsie there. But so far, man, I'm not that impressed with the Death Shriek, because, like, imagine you took Kairos with Regrowth. Then this would be going even better, because the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch could just heal later. Why is the Soul Grinder switching on to the Bull Centaur Renders? Why is the Soul Grinder not just continuing to hit the Death Shriek like it was already doing so well at doing? What the fuck? He dodged and still looked like 300 damage. Back to firing the Bull Centaur Renders, gets another little poke in, but the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch is much better at shooting single entities, either Lords or the Magma Cannon, as we saw before. Tzeentch is just now starting to get here. Looks like we have a Fury summon from the Exalted Lord of Change. He's probably going to throw that summon Fury straight at the Fire Glaives, just to disrupt them and not let them shoot for a bit. The Exalted Lord of Change is also doing that. He just wants to stop things from shooting. But the Soul Grinder has all of a sudden just stopped dodging in any form whatsoever, and that is disastrous for Charix here. He really needs to get back on top of that Micro. And I did not love the target selection of the Soul Grinder now shooting at the Bull Centaurs. It's really not its cup of tea. Huge Final Transmutation, and it is Overcast. It's all of the single entities and both Bull Centaur Renders for the Chaos Dwarves. Gigantic cast of that, but the Soul Grinder is taking a ton of damage, and the Furies just now are getting on those Fire Glaives. I think the early game from Tzeentch was really good, but for some reason, Charix just entirely changed his decision-making, and it has been costing him quite a lot. Now the Soul Grinder is walking into his death. It needs to start dodging again. It can't just AFK. It's going to get hit again in the face by the Death Shriek. Oh! Screamer's now starting to dive in, but they're also going for the Infernal Guard, or are they trying to stop this Death Shriek? Because this Soul Grinder has so much love left to give. He has almost half his ammunition. If he stops getting shot by that thing, if Tzeentch does something, either dodge or shut it down, he can use all of that ammo on Astrogoth and really punish him, because Astrogoth does not have healing in any capacity whatsoever. Tzeentch is currently plowing through the front line. The armor sundering on their Chaos Spawn, plus the armor piercing of the Screamers, really doing good damage. And these Bull Centaur Renders, a good unit, but they're mostly strong against range stuff. In melee, if you have anti-large, like the Screamers, if you have armor sundering, like Chaos Spawn, they can take a lot of damage, and damage is the name of that game. Now, the Screamers trying to stop the Infernal Guard and the Death Shriek at the same time. Please dodge, Soul Grinder, please dodge. He starts to dodge, he runs. Does he actually dodge it in time? No, he still takes all 900 shots. He's going to start that Demonic Instability crumbling soon, and that is going to be a loss of the Soul Grinder. Now, Tzeentch is still up on the balance of power. Things are okay. Oh, no, he's not Demonic Instability crumbling yet. The Infernal Castellans continue to rip shots at him from across the map, though, trying to just poke him down. One more little shot on him will take him out. Screamer's trying to hit the Bull Centaur Renders. They've given up entirely on this Death Shriek rocket launcher. Is that the right call? The Infernal Castellan's getting a little bit more poke on the Soul Grinder as well. The Infernal Castellans have 180 range. It's more than I thought they would, honestly. Yeah, Soul Grinder's about dead. Oh no, and the Exalted Lord of Change of Metal is caught on the ground. It looks like he was trying to maybe attack Astrogoth for a second, but these Fire Glaives are on top of him. Soul Grinder's hanging on for now. The Castellans continue to try and poke him out, and the Chaos Spawn are surrounding the Death Shriek rocket launcher. Now, like all Chaos Dwarf single entity artillery, they are extremely squishy, and those Chaos Spawn are already going to take care of it mostly. Terror Out even comes in from the big boy. He probably has a Final Transmutation soon. I have not seen a lot of Searing Dooms or anything really stopping them. The Soul Grinder needs to leave. It got its shields back, but those shields are very weak because its health pool is small right now. So he needs to get away from these Infernal Castellans. He needs to be around in the late game. I don't know why he's been sitting in range for so long. And the Death Shriek rocket launcher is allowed to rally. He's still not shooting it. I don't want to be an asshole, but I hate how this Soul Grinder has been used since the early game. The early game was great, but the mid and late game is just not found any of its correct engagements. It hasn't dodged, and it's sat within range of the ranged units. And now it's just gonna die. Now there's the second final trans. I was waiting for that. That will do pretty good damage on this Dwarven Blob. Both the Castellans got out of it, though. That is quite fortunate for the Chaos Dwarves, but Astragoth Iron Hand is by far the best target to hit that with. So better to just hit him with it now rather than wait for him to blob up with his Castellans again, because this game does kind of need to be decided one way or the other soon. Chark's running around in a blob with his Chaos Spawner. He should be separating them. He needs to run over one to deal with that Death Shriek. Another one can start fighting the Castellans. He's blobbing up a little bit too much, but it doesn't seem to matter at this point a ton. I told you the Death Shrieker has his niche. It was being outshot by the Soul Grinder, and then he just stopped firing at it. I don't know why. That did nothing. The Bolt of Change does like no damage to Astragoth as a missile and fire resist, so that was kind of silly. Castellan surrounded by Chaos Spawn. They're not enjoying that. The Death Shriek rocket launcher is pushed off. The Goblins are routing in every direction. The Fireglaves are gone. The Bull Centaurs, one of them's off the map. The other one is so injured he can barely rejoin the fight. And the balance power shifting so far against the Chaos Dwarfs. Charks is going to probably advance. And the spawn of Tzeentch carrying the day. I don't see how we can win at this point. His Castellans are about to rout. Oh, and there's a final transmutation that'll finish off Astragoth, and that will be GG before it even lands. Astragoth's actually taking damage? Yeah. Didn't think Tzeentch had it in him. The spawn were good. The spawn were real good. Pushed to the front line. Goblin Laborers are complete garbage, but like that is sort of intentional. But it made their front line rather thin. And the Ironsworn are elite, but you know, you can just either walk through them like you can most infantry, or you can ignore them and let them grind forever. It's fine. Soul Grinder 1000 value. The Exalted Lord of Change with his final transmutation on the very thin box, he got a lot of really nice final transes off, and his Fury summons were great for shutting down those Fireglaves. I did like that Lord pick. That was a pretty sneaky one, and I always enjoy seeing people get a little more creative than Kairos, even though Kairos is very, very good. Chaos Warriors did okay, but it was mostly the Spawn and Screamer show. Screamers paid for themselves with gusto. Astragoth did all right. The double Castellans struggled to pay for themselves. They kept the Soul Grinder a little honest, but the Bull Centaur renders got murked by stuff. Death Shriek did not even pay for itself. Somehow. Fireglaves did okay. Ironsworn did okay. Blazing Beards of Bazook struggled a bit, though I think Charks kind of cucked their blasting charge throw. Kind of poetic that Astragoth is final transmutated into that. Yeah. Okay. I have a third replay from the other semifinals. We'll go get into that soon. All right, next one by Charks. I'm just typing to the people. I'm now not going to look at the Discord anymore because I don't want to know who advanced to the finals because I have no idea. All I know is we do have a 3-game series between Berserk and Marco because I accidentally spoiled that it's 3 games by saying I received the third one already, so that cat's out of the bag. So let's go take a look at that. Let's go find out who won over there. Odium's Marco Magno versus VM's Berserk. One of them is going to start fighting Charks right about now. And I instructed them to send us replays while we are casting the semifinals, so hopefully there aren't any delays of build phases or lag or anything like that for the rest of the stream. Hopefully. Lord Metal is way better versus Chaos Dwarves. It is, but I'm glad to see it. Boo, Runes match too? Yeah, it's my bad. Are you sure you want match 2, though? Match 1 was apparently Cathay versus Dwarves. Are you sure you want to see? I guess this is game 1, but still. That's an oof. That's an oof for me, Chief.
I embody the Emperor's will.
Alright, Cathay versus Dwarves. We have Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen, Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen, Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen, 2 of them with their double shot. They can do a lot of damage. Triple Crane Gunner, a front line of Jade Warriors, and Miao Ying, the Storm Dragon. Nice. On the other side for Berserk and his Dwarves, we do have 2 Gyrocopters with Brimstone Guns. There's the second one. I saw them on the load screen. I knew they were somewhere. We have Quadruple Slayers. Yeah. They're quite common in this matchup, just to use them as kind of cavalry pieces. Then we have Dwarf Warriors, minus blasting charges, Rangers, more Dwarf Warriors, more Miners. The pretty normal stuff with Thoric Ironbrow on foot. Why on foot? Weird. I guess maybe Berserk wants him to be a smaller target or something, but without his anvil, he doesn't get the Dragon Horn buff, right? The global 24 melee attack can cause a sphere. All right. Sorry, I got a message. Okay, so Cathay is shooting the shit out of the Dwarves. This is usually how this matchup goes at the very start. The Dwarves take a ton of damage, and then they will see if they have enough bodies left to chase Cathay's ranged assets down and really make them struggle. Miao Ying is going to dive into the Miners with blasting charges. Kind of surprised she's not going for the Gyrocopters. Looks like they're just going to be free and clear to do whatever they want to do, as Crane Gunners attempt to shoot at them, but ranged units are pretty terrible at shooting flying units that are directly over them. But Berserk lands the Gyrocopters in the Crane Gunners, opening them up to the Crane Gunners on either side to fire into them, though these guys are kind of downhill, so they might have issues seeing. That is very, very good for the Gyrocopters. This other one is somehow obstructed as well. It looks like he's aiming for the one on the other side, and this one's aiming for the one on the other side. They're obstructing themselves. No! Oh, that's a tragedy. They're aiming at the gyros that are on the other side of their Crane Gunner friends, so they're not firing at all. Meanwhile, on the backfield, Social Dragon Crossmen firing into a bunch of Miners, Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen trying to find something to do. Cathay has taken a ton, sorry, not Cathay, the Dwarves have taken a ton of damage, and Miao Ying makes it even worse by a Talons of Night right on top of some Miners. But again, I did mention at the very start, this is how the matchup goes for a bit, but once that backline starts getting compromised, things go real south real quick for Cathay, and you see if you truly have enough damage. Social Dragon Guard getting nuked down by Miners with blasting charges. Ow, 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 ow. Slayers will chase them off. More Slayers are in the backfield. They're fighting either Jade Lancers or these Crane Gunners, and oof. The Jade Lancers took out one of the Gyrocopters with Brimstone Guns. They're going to go for the other one pretty soon here. What's happening over here? Warriors Dragonfire for pass and Miners continuing to fight. Rangers trying to counter skirmish with the Celestial Dragon Crossmen, but that is just not even close to being a fair fight. I saw Thoric cast the Rune of Speed, but where was it? It was in the backfield. Gotcha. He overcast the Rune of Speed too. Jade Lancers do rout off the Gyrocopters. Slayers are trying to chase them down right now, but the Slayers probably need to be going after the Crane Gunners, who are just firing in on them. More Slayers getting into the backfield. We'll see. We'll see. This is a lot of damage being taken by the Dwarves, but 2 Rangers do manage to corner Miao Ying a little bit. Take about 1/4 of HP off before Jade Lancers are going to run them down. Yeah, Jade Lancers are going to run them down. Goodbye, little Dwarves. Bap, 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 bap. Those are Quarrelers. They actually have 80 armor. They're chilling. They're big fun. Another Talons of Night from Miao Ying. Is it overcast or is it undercast? Looks like it's also catching your Jade Warriors. That looks like an undercast to me. In the backfield, the Slayers are still trying to get the Crane Gunners, who are shooting at them on their way in. The Slayers can mostly just ignore that and go catch up to them. Miners running into the backfield. Again, the Crane Gunners do have to kite away. Cathay is up on the damage. The balance power. I don't get to see the damage value. It's a replay. Which for some reason means I don't get to see damage value. Stupid. Thoric is trying to help break the front line, but the Jade Warriors across the board have been holding. I think only one of them is routing this entire time. The Slayers, like the dog units of every other faction, eat these poor Crane Gunners alive. And the balance of power should swing pretty wildly back towards the center, with 3 crane gunners getting knocked out of commission. And that'll keep army losses at bay for a little bit, so the dwarves can at least do what they do best, grind through the late game. Chess is over here. How's Warhammer? It seems fine. Okay. Alright. Miao Ying running around, gonna do some stuff. Jade Lancers also running around, gonna do some stuff. Wars Dragonfire Pass, Miners continuing to hold. Jade Lancers charge into Slayers, do pretty decent damage, but they will take damage back. And the chase continues, ×2 speed for just a hot second. As the Crane Gunners attempt to find somewhere to go, they are going to get caught by a couple of Slayers that are left, the 5 of this unit. They are chased for a bit, Miners will cut them off, and Thoric and all of his lads are here. Miao Ying probably has another Talons of Night that might hit this clumped up unit. Looks like not. There it is. I knew it was coming eventually. I just misjudged when. It is overcast this time. I thought I saw. And it's mostly hitting Slayers right now, a little bit of those Miners. Does he still have the Locus of Power? No, he doesn't. Okay, so she doesn't get hurt by casting spells next to him. Miao Ying's still quite healthy. We have Jade Lancers chasing off anything of the dwarves that routes. For the dwarves, we have some Slayers with Thoric left, more Slayers in the woods, trying to deal with Miao Ying, and a Celestial Dragon Guard is attempting to stay safe, hiding behind some Jade Warriors from more Slayers. It's just Slayers. Slayers. Miao Ying's opting out. A bit more grinding. We'll hit ×2 for just a second here as we watch Jade Warriors slowly die to dwarves. Slowly. Pretty keyword. Ooh. Big Talons of Night from Marco Magno. Catches multiple dwarf units, gets more poke on them. The Celestial Dragon crossbows taking their day out on the Slayers. Things are getting scary. Things are getting real low. And Thoric soon stands on his own versus Miao Ying. I don't think he is going to be able to carry this one. Jade Lancers cycle charging in and out. A surround has been established by Cathay as their Celestial Dragon crossbowmen with their double shots poking down little Slayers. We have 4 Slayers there, 2 there, and 29 in this unit. That is not enough Slayers to kill this entire army. Jade Lancers cycle charging back in. Miao Ying rolling through the poor dwarves. And that is that. Miao Ying, 1500 value. Celestial Dragon Crossman, 900 and 270. So those guys got fucked up by something. Crane Gunners did okay. Jade Lancers did fantastically well. Jade Warriors also did amazingly. And Peasant Horsemen did okay. For Berserk, Thoric struggled to really provide any value without his Anvil of Doom. Slayers did okay. Gyrocopters did okay. Considering they didn't use like any of their ammo, I'm kind of surprised how much value they did get, but they did alright. Quarrelers and Rangers struggled a bit. Miners with Blasted Charges looks like they did fine. And basic Miners struggled too. GG. (1-0) to Marco Magno. Game 2 is Chorfs versus Counts. Bull Centaurs, Infernal Ironsworn, Infernal Fireglaves, Sorcerer Prophet of something. Ha! I might need a nap. I need lunch. I need lunch, then a nap. Hello, the rat is here again. What up, Babarat? We have a Sorcerer Prophet of Death with only Spirit Leech, but he does have the Chalice of Blood and Darkness, so if anybody spams spells next to him, he will get healing. We have 2 Infernal Ironsworn, plus the Blazing Beards of Basrak, the armor-piercing blasting charges. You have a Wonder Server, brilliant. Glad you enjoy it. 5 Goblin Laborers, 3 Bull Centaur Renders with Great Weapons, and we do have an Infernal Guard with Fireglaive, though I imagine Manfred von Karstein has Fate of Buna ready for them. Oof. On the side of Berserk and the Vampire Counts, we have Manfred von Karstein, Fate of Una, Spirit Leech, Invocation Heck and Raise Dead, 2 Vargeists, a Banshee, a whole bunch of zombies, a whole bunch of Skeleton Spearmen, 4 and 4 for those counts, 2 Crypt Horrors, we have a Mortis Engine, and a Necromancer on a Corpse card. Okay. Necromancer has the Forbidden Rod. He does have the Unholy Lodestone, so he gets the healing aura. Manfred's flying overhead. He does throw down his quick little Fate of Una onto the Infernal Guard, and there was much rejoicing. Infernal Guard trying to poke him a little bit on his way over. And the Vargeists are even going to dive in. Ooh. That might be the end of the Vargeists. Never mind. They'll back off. Just let a zombie summon try and take care of it. There's a Skeleton Warrior summon an Overcast for Manfred. Bold. Another Spirit Leech onto him, though. He's actually taking a good amount from this. I wonder if the Blasting Charges will hold their fire until the Mortis Engine gets in range and throw at that. That'd probably be a good call-out. Infernal Guard doing their best to hold on leadership-wise while the Skeleton Warriors are worked down by these Bull Centaur renders. Manfred is having a tough time dealing with this Bale Taurus Centaur thing. Whatever the hell these are. Flaming Breath from the Bale Taurus. Or is it a Great Taurus if it's not the Fire Breathy one? I don't know. Infernal Guard do unfortunately rout. So they'll be heading for the hills. Ah, the Banshee dove in. Yeah, with her extra leadership debuff. The Screaming Banner. They're just out. And none of the Bull Centaur renders really want to commit to the fight with the Banshee because they'll get countercharged by Vargeist if they do so. Though I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Manfred is currently dealing with some problems. He threw a Spirit Leech onto the Sorcerer Prophet of Death, but with the Sorcerer Prophet of Death's Chalice of Blood and Darkness, he's going to heal more than a Spirit Leech will ever do, so unfortunately that is not a good trade. With the Vargeist nearby here, maybe Manfred can get some stuff done. Manfred's going to have to back off and heal, though. He's having a terrible time. Yeah, Fate of Una is the I heard you were having fun, stop that spell. A VM Vampire kind of game. I was worried I was going to be tempted to play land battles again. Jay, this is the first Vampire Count game all day. What are you talking about? You can't just pop into stream the one time there's Vampire Counts and then get mad about it. Come on, dude. Alright, Breath Attack whiffs as the Blazing Beards back off. We had Greenskins versus Norska a couple games ago. That shit slapped. Alright, Manfred von Karstein dueling with the giant Bale Lord again. Throws out another Spirit Leech, but is the Chalice off cooldown? No, okay. It has 33 seconds left on its cooldown, so this Spirit Leech is actually going to stick. Another Spirit Leech on to Manfred, who did try to heal himself. He'll also probably retreat to the Mortis Engine. The Vargeists are going to catch this Flying Lord. He needs to land, which he is attempting to do. I don't know what the Dwarves are doing right now, because they're just kind of opting out of fighting. I don't know what Marco's plan is, because the Vargeists are just hovering over the Infernal Guard. They're not going to land on them and let your Bull Centaurs eat them. So I don't know what's his deal. Goblin Laborers decide to go fight zombies. They will be routed off very, very quickly. VC aren't the problem. It was never that part of the equation that was the problem. Alright. Anyway. Bull Centaurs running in with the Tithe. Blazing Beards and the Infernal Ironsworn throwing into the Crypt Horrors, but they did not focus fire the Mortis Engine. That could be a huge problem for them in the late game. Oh no. They're using all their blasting charges not on the Mortis. Oh no! Because unless Bull Centaur renders catch that thing out in the middle of literally nowhere, they're not going to damage it. So yeah, that Mortis Engine's going to carry the game now. Because all the blasting charges... Oop, there's one left. There's a blasting charge left. And the Infernal Guard with the Fireglaves were somehow rallied in the distance. Holy crap. Okay, Chaos Dwarfs still have some life in this game. Without that, the Mortis Engine was legit just going to kill everybody. Super easy. Another Spirit Leech from Manfred. And the Chalice of Blood and Darkness is on cooldown right now. So that is actually sticking a little bit. But Manfred's getting real low. He is defended by his Vargeist, who are currently getting kind of shredded by the Infernal Guard with the Fire Glaives. Zombie Summon's coming down in the middle. The Mortis Engine is sapping down these Bull Centaur Renders and the Infernal Ironsworn and the ROR Blazing Beards. So that's kind of tough. Alright, Vargeists dive in the backfield, but Bull Centaur Renders will make them regret that. Infernal Guard chilling. Getting a couple more shots off onto the Vargeist. Manfred's still low. But nothing can kill the Mortis Engine. Yeah, these guys use their blasting charges at some point. It looks like they use them on Crypt Horrors, which have taken a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but the Mortis Engine is going to carry this entire game, I promise you, unless something with ranged can kill it. Because nothing when melee can kill that thing in the current setup of how, like, this specific game is working out. There's too many random-ass things, and the Bull Centaur Renders are going to get distracted. We had Dark Elves like once today, and Hummus was seduced by the Elf Sorcerer's Charms so much he rooted for them to win, and they didn't. That Dark Elf getting banged. Fucking Dark Elf versus Tomb Kings in it. It came down to the wire. I was shocked the Kepler Guard stopped crumbling so often. Fuck that shit. What up, Long Paul Dury? Yeah, we've had a bunch of actually bangers today. Some lag issues, though, which has been a bit of a problem. Banshee back here, plus the Vargeist will quickly rout off those Infernal Guard. Their leadership just can't hold up in front of the Screaming Banner and a terror-causing thing. Actually, do they? No, they don't have ITP, so they're fine. Manfred is almost heal-capped. And the Crypt Horrors are hanging on. They are chilling. And this is an awful lot of commitment from the Bull Centaur Renders. Just be hanging out up here, watching their Fire Glaives die to the Banshee. Now they are going to attempt to charge in onto her. She has 0 armor, but she's infantry size. They aren't the best at really hitting that type of model. They frequently knock it over. Another Spirit Leech from Manfred onto this guy. And did he have the Chalice up? No. Hold on. Different guy. Chalice is still on cooldown. Sorcerer Prophet's going to heal cap here pretty soon. I wonder, he should have more Spirit Leeches left available. Fate of Buna from Manfred onto the Infernal Ironsworn too. God damn. This guy has no chill. Banshees get to kill the Infernal Guard with Fire Glaives for free. I'm kind of surprised that this guy doesn't have more Winds of Magic. I feel like he should be spamming out more Spirit Leeches than he has been able to get off. We are getting down to the point where it's just 3 Bull Centaur Renders, 2 of which are full HP, 1 is half HP. And their Lord, who's almost dead, versus the Vampire Counts. Another Spirit Leech from Manfred onto the Sorcerer Prophet. And the Sorcerer Prophet is just getting completely outwind of magic. I don't know how he still doesn't have Spirit Leech. The last charge of his Chalice is going off. There's another Spirit Leech onto Manfred. Plus he's attempting to attack him, but he's surrounded by Vargeist now. He's going to have to land. It looks like he is trying to get out of there. Manfred is also getting near to his heal caps. So both the Flying Lords nearly heal capping. And pretty quick for a Vampire Counts game. We're only at 9 minutes and both Lords are almost dead. And the Vampire Count's chaff has seen better days, to be fair. Sorcerer Prophet of Death opts into fighting the Mortis Engine, but Vargeist are just going to rear charge him. And if his Bull Centaur Renders try to help him out, they're just going to get Mortised. Manfred's also landing in them. Wow, both Flying Lords being extremely ballsy right now as the Bull Centaur surround comes in for Manfred, though not a lot of their models are actually here. Now they're even terror routing. The Bale Taurus mount, trying to fight him, but both Lords are heal capped, and slowly but surely the Cow Storks are getting ground into the dust. Another Spirit Leech onto Manfred, but it did not matter. And he's gone. Due to my accidental spoilers, literally everybody on the planet knew that Vampire Counts won that one, because we knew there was a Game 3. So now we're getting on to Game 3, and even I don't know who wins. I just said who's ever playing in the finals, send me replays and stuff, but I don't actually know who wins. So let's go. Oh, it's the wrong save date. There we go. Ogres and Dark Elves, everybody's favorite. Dark Elves versus Ogres. The Iron Guts? This is a weird build, my friend Berserk. This is a weird build. I almost clicked on spoilers. Don't click on that. Got it. Okay. For the Dark Elves of Marco Magno, we have 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers, a Scourge Runner, just one Scourge Runner Chariot, 3 Cold One Knights, 2 Dark Shards, both with shields, and then a bunch of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears skipped throughout the front line, and then Female Malekith with Soul Stealer and her Opal Amulet. 69 viewers, so nice, blessed. On the other side, we do have 4 Sabertusk packs, 1 Crusher ROR, the Sky Striders, 2 Ogre Bowls, 2 more Ogre Bowls, 3 Iron Guts, 1 Lead Belcher, Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with Brain Goblet and Troll Guts, and then 5 Noblars. Though they are arranged in that way to try and make them take less damage, they are still Noblars, and they will literally instantly tear out as soon as a dragon lands on them. Cool. The Bolt Throwers can make those Lead Belchers have a bad day if they get within range. And that range is getting closer and closer. For Malekith. That doesn't work with, like, speech, but that does work in text. Because Malekith and female are different A sounds. Whoever's in the final semi-replay... No. Hang on. I, before this series even started, told Marco to send me the 3 replays. And then I messaged in Platypus's server, which is public, so you can go check it. I literally just said, after Charix one, I said, whoever is in the finals facing Charix, please send me replays. Alright, the fight has been joined. Cold One Knights get side charged by the Sky Striders, so they will start losing that very, very quickly, but maybe with these Dread Spear support, it can actually turn into something okay, and I imagine we might also have a Dragon Breath attack / Soul Stealer coming in as well. Scourge Runner Chariots get caught by our Sabertusk packs, but a rear charge from the Cold One Knights should deal with that okay. The Scourge Runners will overall be fine, but the Bolt Throwers are less than fine. One of them has already been compromised. It's not quite shut down yet, but it has been compromised. The other one is actually chilling, and Dark Shards in the backfield are wrecking these Ogre Bulls. They could even deal with the Iron Guts quite easily, so you have to be careful about those. The Dark Elves are routing off the Ogre's backfield push. The front line, though, is falling apart very swiftly, as it does in most Ogre games. Lead Belcher's taking a ton of damage from the Bolt Throwers, trying to keep them honest. Cold One Knights routing off these Ogre Bulls, but they have to be pulled back eventually to deal with these Saber Tusks, to deal with more Ogre Bulls and Iron Guts coming in. They can't really afford to chase something fully to completion right now because they're just needed other places. Dark Shards are also trying to pivot and deal with some stuff. Ogres down on the balance of power for right now. The Cold One Knights with their spear support did win over here. I wonder if these Crushers have already gotten some support or not really. Iron Guts already terror routing off, though, and this leaves the Slaughtermaster in a dangerous position. He's going to overcast Troll Guts onto the Sky Striders most likely. Yeah, he does, but it costs him a little bit of damage, but this leaves him... you know the healing's on cooldown. You know there's no shot they have the tier 3 armor ability charged right now. So if the Dark Elves can get some serious damage onto the Slaughtermaster, they know that there's no support for him yet. Another big Soul Stealer is going to catch, like, everything in this battle that matters. Catches an Iron Gut, a Sky Strider, but not the Slaughtermaster. Shifting around too much, so it actually got away from him. Never mind. That is a pretty good win for the Ogre Kingdoms as far as that could have been hoped. Dread Spear's dealing with Sabertusk packs. I don't know where that extra Cold One Knight went, but it is elsewhere, and the Dark Shards and Reaper Bolt Thrower are having a hard time continuing their pressure. Reaper Bolt Throwers have pushed off the Lead Belchers, who barely got to shoot at all, and the Dragon Lord is trying to follow the Slaughtermaster, but Dismember has slowed her down. She's surrounded by Noblars, which she can path through, but they still slow her down a little bit, and just an utter chaotic fight as all forms of combat have just met in this middle area. The Sky Strider's heal cap is getting closer. Iron Guts taking damage, but the Ogres are starting to kind of whittle down this Dark Elf force in the center, and all hopes for the Druchii lie on this far side. If the Dark Elves can peel back and get these Dark Shards to start supporting the center fight, things could go very poorly for the Ogres quite quickly. Dragon Lord still tries to snipe out the Slaughtermaster. Ogres are getting a bit of a second win. Some more units are rejoining the fight, and Scourge Runner Chariots are firing in, but it's these Dark Shards that are going to win the whole game for the Ogres if they manage to win. They need to stop shooting at those routing Ogre Bulls. No one gives a literal single shit about them, and they need to start firing in on these Iron Guts, on the Ogre Bulls, on everything in the central area. More healing is coming for the Sky Striders. I imagine it was a Butcher. No, it looks like an undercasted Troll Guts if they're at that much HP. And they are trying to catch the Famalekith on the ground. And they're doing a good job of it. She needs a Soul Stealer to heal herself up, and she needs to opt out of this fight, which both things are happening. She is trying to push through now, and there are the Dark Shards firing in. I don't know what exactly they're shooting at, but I do see their bolts coming. These Dread Spears need to stop the Noblars. Reaper Bolt Throwers continuing to fire at the Sky Striders. Sky Striders getting real low, but the Supreme Sorceress of Dark is having a difficult time leaving the blob fight, and she is now caught. If she actually dies, then the Dark Elves probably just lose. And yeah, the Ogres and Iron Guts were allowed to actually shut down the Dark Shards. So yeah, things are looking bad for the Dark Elves here. They're getting kind of fucked up. And the Supreme Sorceress just overstayed her welcome. Brain Gobbler gets her to start routing, and the Frostbite of the Sky Striders will escort her off the battlefield. Now maybe the Dread Spears stop the Sky Striders long enough for her to get back into the sky. She hasn't been touched for a while, but there we go. There's one more hit that will keep her on the ground for another couple seconds. Dread Spears in the back trying to free up the Dark Shards as Bolt Throwers continue to fire in on the Sky Striders. It's looking like a pretty quick GG, though, there. Yeah. Malekith slash Dark Caster Lady are pretty hard to snipe out, but not impossible. Especially if they just sit in the fight. These Dread Spears on the backfield do need to get activated. Here they come at last. Iron Guts maybe going to rout, but one last big charge from the Ogres will rout off those Bolt Throwers. And somehow the Dark Caster is allowed to get back into the sky? Looks like this Crusher's lost their attack orders. If she gets up, she might rally. If she does, the Balance of Power will at least, like, not go into Army Loss territory. Because she for sure has more Soul Stealers. Okay, this game isn't over. It's looking brutal, but it isn't over. As Ogres continue to clean up stuff, she's going to come back. I'm just fast-forwarding a little bit because literally nothing in that blob fight matters. It's just some Dread Spears barely holding on as Scourge and Chariots try to get a rear charge. Nice little breath attack, but this is begging for a Soul Stealer. She's coming. Looks like she really wants to use her Soul Stealer on this, but she's waiting too long. She is a Soul Stealer before she just loses too much, like before the Dark Elves lose too much balance of power. Yeah, okay. There's a big Soul Stealer. Don't land! Don't land! No, what? No! 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 What are you doing? What are you doing? Why is this happening? No! Marco Magno! Supreme Sorceress of Dark just fucking lands in front of Iron Guts! No! She's dead as hell, man! Massive rout from the Soul Stealer, but she just dives into the last healthy units the Ogres have, and she's just gonna fucking die! There's no backup here! No! What was the plan? No! She needs more time. She has more Soul Stealers she can get, but another Brain Goblin is gonna get her to rout. That's gonna be GG! Oh, that's a tragedy! Oof! Brutal loss. Damn. Marco Magno tried to bring it back, and like, yeah, you know, disadvantaged position. You know, it's for sure tough, but that was not the play. Dove in, got fucking murdered. Oof. Bolt Throwers did fine. Dark Shards did okay. Bleak Swords, Dread Spears did all right. They did fine. Yeah. Damn. For Berserk, also Lucinia. See, I didn't lie to you. I didn't know who won, because Berserk won it, not Marco. Berserk, the Caster Lord's not going to get a lot of value, but 2,600 on the Sky Striders. Iron Guts, mixed value overall fine. Lead Belchers got smoked and rolled by the Bolt Throwers. Ogre Bulls and the Saber-Tooth packs doing well, and Noblar's doing fantastically. Alright, so apparently the finals is Berserker versus Chargs. Berserk, not Berserker. Okay. Okay, we have our first replay from the finals. Charks has sent it to me as instructed. balls were too heavy. It's impossible for Dark Elves. I think that is a lie and slander in the fiercest regard. All right, RTK's Chariot versus VM's Berserk. Who will take the win today? We'll find out. These are the last 2 to 3 games of the stream. Thank you for everybody who hung out with us. Hey, Sharks ended up taking his Wood Elves. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And it's a Tree War Dancer build. Oh, versus Berserk's Greenskins with some Flappas and Orc Boys. Ground the Paunch. Haven't seen that in a while. Okay. Berserk. So these two are still playing the finals right now. This is just the first game. They are working on the second game as we speak. For the Wood Elves, you saw it in the load screen, but we do have quadruple War Dancer, triple Treekin, one of which is the Firebark Elders. And we have an Ancient Tree Man with Dwellers Below, Earthblood, and his melee buff. We also have 2 Wild Riders, one with shields, one without, a Glade Rider. And then we have 2 Hagbang Tips, 1 Starfire Shaft. The other side for the Greenskins, Morgan's Magi Marauders, Death Creepers, the 2 ROR Skirmish Cav that I do enjoy so much. Triple Orc Boar Boy Biggin, triple Snotling Pump Wagon with Flappas, triple Savage Orc Arbor Boy, and 5 Orc Boys. Grom the Paunch, long time no see, but he has Language of the Boys whenever he's in melee, and he does occasionally have the Great Unseer melee attack and leadership buffs. Also Giant River Flag with Fate of Buna. No. Aspect of the Dread Knight and Spirit Leech. Huh. Berserk doing a little bit of skirmish, trying to poke down those War Dances with their 15 armor and no shields. 20% physical resist does not cut it. They will take a lot of damage, so Sharks has to be careful, keep them a little safe. And he has popped the Shadow's Coil, giving them 24 melee defense and minus 24 melee attack. Is that really worth it? Taking their melee attack down to 16? I guess with 12 bonus for symmetry, but still, seems weird. Grom best Greenskin, lies, slander, and I will not tolerate this foolishness. Grom charges in, gets a free little bit of damage, and decides to opt out before the Treenkin and Ancient Tree Man can have a word with him. Now the Glade Guard are kind of unique as far as most Archer infantry go. They do have Firewall moving, so they can walk forward and really punish skirmish. Wood Elves are quite good at dealing with counter skirmish. Grom's the best Greenskin in campaign. Yeah, his campaign's super cool. Can't deny. Grom again charging in, but this time he is going to deal with Treekin and gets a bit surrounded. This could be a problem for him because he is fully surrounded. He's starting to push his way out, but the Glade Riders come back and they are going to box him in for now. But what do the Wood Elves have to punish it? I wonder if their archers can even see him or if they'll be obstructed, but Grom is fully stuck. He is starting to just barely wiggle his way out, wiggling away. And the Skirmish Cav are trying to punish it. The Greenskin front line is now starting to move up because they really need to support Grom, who has been caught. He is taking decent damage, and War Dancers are even coming over to maybe have a word with him. But he's starting to get away. And the quick Earthblood cast, it looks like I don't know whether Sharks is trying to punish this or not. I don't know if he's just accepting his fate, because he had the Glade Riders back off rather than keeping this around. There's one technically still there, but that's a whoopsie. And the War Dancers aren't trying to punish him, so I guess he's just leaving Grom alone. Weird. Kind of thought he would try to snipe him more there. The Glade Guard have used a lot of their ammunition already, which does actually say a lot about things. Savage Orc Arbor Boy is getting churned down by them, and the War Dancers have hit the front line. They're keeping the Shadow's Coil on, so they're really valuing that 62 melee defense over a stronger melee attack. Snotling Pump Wagons with the Flappas do charge forward, though they are going to run into the Ancient Tree Man, and now Wild Rider should get a counter charge on them, but the Flappas are going to walk away pretty easily. Grom the Paunch is back in. He is back out. The Wood Elf front line is currently winning. Backfield's going to get a little more difficult. Orc Boar Boy Biggins should trade rather effectively into everything except for the archers just trying to lance them down. Only one of them has armor piercing, but still it is plenty good. Wood Elf archers are still some of the best in the game, even if they aren't feeling as good in Game 3. And that is a nice wrap-up and surrounded by Chariot, taking down the Orc Boar Boy Biggins rather effectively, giving himself a pretty early lead. Something's happening here. Aspect of the Dread Knight upgraded, overcast on these Orc boys, giving them magic damage to try and push through the Treekin, who rely pretty heavily on physical resist, plus the War Dancers who actually do as well. Oh, okay. That's a neat little trick I wasn't thinking of. Maybe half predicting the War Dancers or something of the like. Wild Riders and Glade Riders do not need to overcommit on chasing these boar boys off. They do need to actually refocus and get elsewhere. Well, these archers are going to need to be turned pretty soon and deal with these orc boys on their flank, or they will get mulched down. Mulched. Wood elves. Anyway. Wild Riders countercharge the orc boar boy biggins. And without Wurzite to give them buffs, these guys are sitting at a rather paltry 22 melee attack and 26 melee defense, and they're kind of getting worked down. A wall will help them out a little bit, and Flappas get countercharged by Wild Riders, and I think since the Flappers weren't actually targeting the Wild Riders, they might be okay. But no, even as I say, you can see the Flappers are just tearing apart the Wild Riders. Oh, such a redonkulous unit right now, especially with their wall pops. Bounce power is about dead even. Another aspect of the Dread Knight overcast, just trying to help these Orc boys get through the Treekin and War Dancers, and these Glade Riders with spears are now rallying back to the fight after those Orc boar boy biggins have been completely routed off. Wild Riders trying to hold back the last of the cavalry, and the Ancient Tree Man walking around. I don't know what that heal was for. It looks like he was trying to hit both Treekin and himself, but he missed himself. Flap is still at half HP though, and now they're uncontested on the back line, just running down a Glade Guard. Ugh, the Glade stuff. Glade Guard bows, Glade Riders are the cav. And the Wood Elves' back is broken at this point. The Treekin are still holding the front line, but holding is about all they can do. Grom's chilling. He's like full HP. We have some archers left. And the Flappas being healthy at this point in the game is brutal. Meanwhile, the skirmish cav with the Greenskins is just going to chase everything off. I don't see how they win at this point unless Grom actually just gets straight up sniped by the Ancient Tree Man and his Treekin, which is actually looking like a valid concern at this point. Is this Wood Elves versus Orcs? It is. That is honestly the best shot for the Greenskins. For the Wood Elves right now is the Treekin need to get orders to attack Grom so that they actually lock him up. And then with the Giant Tree Man right here, you might be able to kill him. If they can snipe him out, maybe they can withstand the late game. Just grouping up around the Ancient Tree Man and chilling there. But it looks like the Treekin still don't have orders to do that. They're fighting Orc boar boy biggins. They don't have attack orders onto Grom. Neither does the Ancient Tree Man. Yes, the Ancient Tree Man does. Grom is free and clear to leave if he wants to, if he takes some damage, so I think he's going to be fine. I think the Greenskins have probably got this under wraps. Graydon's here is popped, giving his Orc boar boy biggins some leadership and melee attack on his way out. Grom leaves. And the skirmish cav and Flappas still just running down anything in the back line, leaving the Wood Elves more and more isolated. Because you rely on Treekin. And I know some people like Treekin as like big blockers and holders. I just struggle to see them doing that well often. A lot of games end up like this, where the Treekin just get ignored until the last second. Ridiculous to watch Flappas tear apart Wood Elf cavalry after getting charged. Yeah, it's absolutely nuts, but that's where we're at. Ancient Tree Man continuing to put the hurt on Grom. His Treekin are gone, though. I don't think there's anything here, man. More Treekin are routing. And the Wood Elves will slowly be cut down. Get a big Dwellers below. Can it change the tide of this game? I don't think so. And I do not think so. It'll rout off those Orc boar boy biggins, but I mean, come on. Ancient Tree Man gets Grom's healing cap to appear. Grom, as soon as it does appear, decides to leave. Opts out of that fight. War Dancers and Treekin killing some archers and random shit in the back line. More War Dancers fighting the Flappas. And as long as they don't rout, which they do now, they were getting good damage down to the Flappas until they routed. Flappas are back. Grom is back. Ancient Tree Man still continuing to fight. And Grom is being rather ballsy. You'd think he'd want to back off and just let his archers do some poking and stuff, but he is just in the fight with the Ancient Tree Man the whole time. So another shot onto Grom. And the Tree Man throws a heal over onto his last supporting units, not himself. Huh. You'd think he would want to maybe help himself out here. If he has another Dwellers below, this would be a pretty good time for it. Though I imagine Berserk could probably dodge it. Still, it'd be a nice blobby blob. But with all the Earthbloods he's been casting, he probably doesn't have Dwellers below left. Quick little fast forward to Reno. What was that? Nothing. Got it. River Troll Hag is also in here, and she has armor piercing value, so she can help out a lot. Ancient Tree Man's getting low. The greenskins are very blubbed up. If there was a Dwellers Below, which there's not, could have punished the area. Ancient Tree Man did fine. Treekin themselves struggled a bit. Like, one kind of paid for itself, and none of the other ones did. War Dancers did okay, also struggling a bit. Glade Guard did fine, and the Wild Riders and Glade Riders. Glade Rider did okay, the Wild Riders struggled to pay for themselves. For Berserk, Ground Punch, 1,000 value. Though he almost heal caps, he was just around. Orc Boar Boy Biggins, 2 got wrecked, 1 did fine. River Troll Hag did okay, she was nice and supportive. Flappas did well enough. Skirmish Cav did about as well as the Flappas, though. Savage Orc Aura Boys did fine, and Orc Boys in the front line did fine. Do you think Wood Elves is low tier, middle tier? Low tier. In my tier list video, I put them in D. Okay, I'm waiting on the second replay. The players were playing that game as we cast the other one. So while we wait, I'm going to take a leak. BRB. I've returned! Berserk's up 1. I feel like Wood Elves are just so weak, except their archers can't really hold the line for the archers to get overrun. This is true. This is 100% facts. Poor Wood Elves. Their archers are good. Nothing else they have is any good, in my opinion. Some people like Wild Riders. I don't. I think Wild Riders are bad. Because how expensive are Wild Riders? 1,100, 1,200 with shields. That is hilariously too expensive. I guess they have Frenzy and Physical Resist. I guess that's what they're paying for, but still, man. That's way too expensive. Didn't Shark shoot half his ammo and barely did anything? Yeah, though a lot of that was Berserk dodging. He was shooting at the skirmish cabin. Berserk was dodging a good amount of it. I also wonder if the players are lagging a little bit. I have a kitty cat. Hey, bud. Hey, buddy. You want to show the people your little face? No. What if I back up and then you come more into frame? Little kitty cat. Such a good boy. This is Ed, also known as Muko. Go, Muko, go. Go, Muko, go. Good boy. Good boy. Righty. Cute one, nice cow color theme. Yeah, Ed's a good little boy. He's a good, nice little. 10% reduction on all unit costs would make Wood Elves viable. Honestly, maybe. You could make them into like the cheap elves while the Dark Elves and High Elves remain expensive. That would be weird though, because Wood Elves are meant to be like sparse. You know, you don't get like hordes of them running around, but still, it's fine. Treekin could use a cost reduction. Because if they're just going to be like these tanky blockers that don't do a lot of damage, then at least make them cheap enough to have an army if you field them, you know? You have something to block for. Are they allowed to switch factions? What do you mean? You do pick and bans each game. So like you pick 3 factions you want to play, your opponent bans one of those 3 and then picks something, and you have your remaining 2. It's oversimplified, but you get the gist. So yeah, they can play different stuff. Where? Replay. I want replay. Kitty cat being good. Quick, you know, kid. Oh. Oh. Did anybody beat the Chaos Dwarf campaign? And is it worth beating? Because I did not. I got to like turn 30 and got tired. Oh, Jesus Christ, cat. You're shedding too. Hazel's shedding like a monster. I got I legitimately had to hold both my hands together to hold all the hair we got off of her yesterday. Just kind of nuts. Is this why you want scritches in love? Is to loosen up all your fur for you? So you don't get another hairball? Give reply. Who's your good little Muko? Who's your good little Muko? So CA kind of made a big deal about the Mirrors of Madness. Kind of. And some streamers covered it when the embargoes dropped. And since then, I have heard literally 0 things about the Mirrors of Madness. Is anybody playing them? Is anybody playing the Mirrors of Madness? Or was it a waste of time? Alright, the cat is gone, and now I have a fucking blanket on my lap. Single player campaigns are too easy now that CA turned down the AI way too much. Yeah. Also, I find myself not wanting to fight the battles because I play so much PvP that when I fight an AI, I just lose the will to fight very quickly because they're just not super bright. They occasionally do the right thing, but a lot of the times they're just dumb as hell. Just makes me wish another player was playing. You forgot mirrors was a feature. Is Warhammer 3 worth it? Oh yeah, for sure. The campaigns are super great if you aren't burnt out on them like I am after playing thousands of hours of Warhammer over 5 years, you know, or 6. But Warhammer 3, like, if you haven't played it at all, yeah, it's worth it. Multiplayer's fun. Campaign's fun. Yeah, it's a really good game. Definitely worth the cost. What kind of weed shit are you watching? I'm watching nothing, dude. Watching League of Legends. Play with my 3 friends. Too easy, I would say. It is for sure very easy. Oh yeah, you're talking about Mirrors of Madness is too easy. I forgot you could even do a co-op. It's kind of wild. Do you want good weeb shows? Nah, right now I'm watching League of Legends, bro. I'm watching MSI. I'm watching some Warhammer stream. That's fair. I'm sorry I do not have more to show you. They have been on game 2 for 22 minutes at least. This had better be a long-ass replay and not just a very long build phase. Alright, to entertain everybody, I will now perform the most fair test of anything ever done. Kadai Destroyer versus what could you possibly beat? A Hellpit Abomination. Maybe. Let's talk LOL. Does anybody here besides me actually watch it? I know Zypher did, but Zypher's not here. LAC greater than LCS? Dude, fuck you. LCS is so good. Ugh! Okay, jokes aside, 2 years ago, and any time before that, EU was performing better than NA. Last year at Worlds, NA won more games. Like, Rogue got through groups. They looked pretty sus the last day, and then they got slammed in a best of 5. If I remember correctly, 100 Thieves sucked ass. But that's about it. So we performed about the same last year, and this year, I don't know. I watched those LEC playoffs. G2 does not look that strong, man. G2 looks a little shook. Caps is lost in the sauce, has no idea what he wants to pick for his champion pool. It's just awful. It's just awful. Like, they're not a bad team, but, like, I'm a Caps fan, so him being, like, really out of form just makes me sad. I don't know. I think NA is actually going to kind of raffle stomp EU this tourney. If we even get to fight. But the bracket draw was utter garbage. So, like, if I understand the format correctly... Well, the thing I know is it's Eastern teams versus Western teams is every single bracket. Right. Every single bracket. And then if... Let's say if both EU and NA, if all EU and NA teams lose, in the losers bracket, the EU teams have to knock themselves out and the NA teams have to knock themselves out. Or if EU wins both their fights and NA wins both their fights, NA has to knock themselves out, or EU has to knock themselves out. It is very difficult for NA and EU to find each other in this tournament to prove one side right or wrong, which sucks because it's one of the better rivalries in the community. But, like, due to bad RNG on the draw and just weird tournament design, it is so fucking difficult for us to find EU on the bracket. What even is LCS and LEC? LCS is the North American League of Legends scene, and LEC is the European one. You gonna get too horrible to die, or are you just gonna die? How does the Hell Pit not have its heal yet? There, it got it, but it was almost dead. And that heal, like, heals nothing. Hellpits make me super sad. If the Kadai Destroyer can 1v1 a Hellpit, something has gone horrifically wrong. When are we going to talk about the fact that most LCS starters are either actually Korean or European? Licorice and Stixay are not Korean. I know what you're talking about. They're North American. But Spirit of the Gorg, there was a rant about this earlier in the stream. People are being kind of dumb. You can't have it both ways. People can't be like, LCS sucks, but then when you win, it's all because you're OP, because you have a whole bunch of imports and you just bought your way to victories. And it's like, so are we good because we bought our victories, or are we bad? Because it seems like most European fans I talk to want to have it both ways, where it's like, you guys are trash, but if you win, it's because you're super overpowered because you spent big money. Nah, doesn't work that way, my friend. You gotta pick one. Either we're bad, and when we dumpster your ass, it's an embarrassment for you, or we're good, and we did it through money. Licorice was also pretty bad this year. He was terrible this year. But he has been popping the fuck off at MSI, dude. He's been crushing it. Hellpit can't heal because of the fire damage. How much does it reduce it by? 50%? Buying shouldn't count. NA has one of the smallest player bases, so we can't really field teams unless we buy players. But I also wish that our teams would be more invested in actually. Did you just miss your charge attack? Whatever. I wish teams would be more invested in the NA scene about actually growing player bases rather than just buying shit. And when it doesn't work out in the first year that you try it, you immediately go to buy more players and shit. Like, it definitely sucks. I'm not disagreeing with that. But my main point is that, like, it's that thing, like I was saying, where they want to have it both ways, where they want to say we suck, but then if we win, it's only because we bought all this talent and we're super overpowered, and of course we won. And it's like, no, you can't do that. You either need to just say, wow, NA is really good, and they did it because they bought their players, and they need to focus more on building out NA talent base. Or, NA sucks. And they yeah. That's the part that annoys me. It doesn't annoy me that people comment on how many imports we use. Like, we use a shit ton. That's known. CA is really good at dumping resources into useless stuff. Mirrors a multiplayer campaign, Mirrors of Madness, survival battles, arguably dumb. Dude, multiplayer campaigns could be super great. I wish they put a little more energy into those, to be honest. More of those scenarios, like the Something Rotten in Kislev scenario, that was super cool. When did LCS win? They haven't. I feel like you're misrepresenting me here. I'm not saying LCS has won yet. I'm saying we're good this year. But my main problem is the logical fallacy of saying someone is bad, but if they beat you, they were actually really good the whole time, but they're still bad, but they're only really good because they bought their talent. But they are really bad. They aren't good. But they are good because they beat me and they bought their talent. Like, you see what I mean? Where it doesn't work that way. Like, if Golden Guardians beats G2, like, let's say that happens, I guarantee you that there will be some weird back-breaking logic where NALCS is still bad, but we didn't deserve the win because we bought our talent. But it's like, okay, wait, if we are bad, how did we beat G2? You have to either say you are good because you bought talent, which is bullshit, or you have to say you're bad, and if you beat us, we're bad. Like, you can't just sit on a pedestal and say we're gods, and if we lose, you cheated. That's my main point. Okay, we're going on 30 minutes for this game too. What is happening? The only Western team that got out of groups in 2022 is Rogue, and they were stopped by JG 3-0. It's actually bottom of the barrel beef. Yeah. Until NA wins this year. Then where will you be? Because I actually think Cloud9 Golden Guardians are pretty good. Golden Guardians had a really good series versus BLG. It was very entertaining to watch. And they finally did that thing that NA teams like never do, which is fight. Usually NA teams go to international events and they like tuck their balls into their asshole and then sit behind their turret and just try to farm, and they lose the game, and it's awful. At least Golden Guardians like went out there and fought and just like lost, but at least they did something. I'd rather see my team try to win and lose than never try at all and just like, Eastern team's scary, sit under tower and lose. Solution. They're gods, and if you win, you were lucky. So game 2 started 30 minutes ago. I have no idea where it is. If NA wins Worlds this year, I'll sponsor a 1,000 euro tournament fee to host Team Sir. I didn't say they were winning Worlds. I did not say that. I wouldn't favor C9 or Golden Guardians over any of the LPL or LCK teams. Is it me or Quick Battle's full of campers at the moment? Yeah. Okay, well, that's not fair. I have had a bad experience with Quick Battles in Warhammer 2 and 3. I've never been a Quick Battle enjoyer. There are people who play it and like it. I don't. Whenever I play, I get some like cheeser, forest camper, rage quitter. It's just awful. But yeah, I definitely think it's like, I think NA has a pretty good shot of beating EU this year. Probably like 60% chance to beat EU if we fight them. And if you fight any of the LCK or LPL teams, like 10%. Yeah, my conversation is more like, I think EU looks weak and NA looks strong this year. Not like, we stand a chance at winning the whole tournament. I don't know. I don't believe in Mad, though. Mad's weird run through the playoffs was very strange. It felt like the teams against them were making a bunch of mistakes they didn't make throughout the regular season. Oh, that was odd. That was a very odd run. I like Mad, though, so I'm not upset about it. I like Niski. Niski's funny. He does a lot of really good content. Whenever he does interviews, it's super natural, so happy to see Niski doing well. Love that guy. All right, we got game 2. Jesus. I'm almost scared to cast it. I hope it was a really long pick and ban phase and then maybe some lag or something, because if we actually have a 30-minute game to cast, that's going to be alarming. It's vampire counts and dark elves. I don't know why I put the blocker up. You know who's sending me the replays. Yeah, fuck the blocker. It's gone. All right, game 2. Warhammer content, let's go. No more filling time. Many teams not clicking Spirit? Yeah. That was more of my point. And again, I did preface this by saying any year besides, I think 2022 NA and EU performed very similarly at Worlds, win-loss record-wise, and like looking at the games. Before that, EU was better. And this year, I'm worried that EU's slumping a bit. Niski and Elyoya. Oh yeah, Elyoya. Love that guy. He's so good. Okay, cool. So what do we got here for the Dark Elves of Chariot? 2 Scourgerunner Chariots, 3 Black Arc Corsair Handbows, 4 Black Arc Corsair Handbows, 2 Witch Elves for some Rampage, Black Arc Corsairs, Dread Spears, 2 Cold One Knights, and Famalakith. On the other side, we have Skeleton Spearmen, Zombies, Zombies, the Tithe, Zombies, Skeleton Spearmen, Tithe. Yeah, cool. Triple Cryptor, 2 Vargeists, a Mortis Engine, a Necromancer with an Unholy Lodestone, and Manfred von Karstein with Fate of Buna, Spirit Leech, Invocation to Heck, and the Zombie Summon. Scourge Runner's doing a bit of kiting, trying to shoot in on the Crypt Horrors, trying not to waste their ammo on skeletons and zombies. Meanwhile, the skeletons and zombies reach forward with their deadly embrace, trying to catch up to these little Black Ark Corsairs, trying to poke at them. Witch Elves fighting the Skeleton Spearmen on the front line. Their low armor will make them a little vulnerable, but they have better melee stats overall than the Skeletons, so they should be okay. Fate of Yuna in nice and fast for the Cold One Knights, who do turn around and try to charge the Vargheists on their way out Death's Door. And they will actually get some decent damage down as a zombie summon tries to offer a little bit of support. It's actually a Skeleton Warriors Overcast summon onto those Black Ark Corsairs. Malekith diving down. Manfred diving down. Overall, pretty scary spot for the Vampire Counts in the corner. 5 Things Soul Stealer hits Manfred the summon and all 3 Vargheists, and Malekith should not land over there. Yeah, looks like she's opting out of it for now. Big breath attack hits the Mortis Engine mostly. Mortis Engine blocks it for the Crypt Horrors, but it was fine. Good damage, good damage. Oh, easy fast forward kite phase. The kite phase was not very long. Berserk did not want it to last any longer than he needed to, so he got active pretty quickly. Witch Elves barely holding back the Undead Tide for now. The Black Ark Corsair Hambos have retreated away. Okay, that message isn't for me for right now. It's for later. Mortis Engine is out of the melee fight. No, some Dread Spears are chasing him down. Okay, the Mortis Engine's still grinding some stuff, but the Black Ark Corsair Hambos are taking their day out on Manfred and the Vargheists, so those guys have taken a lot of damage. Crypt Horrors getting involved, though. Scourge Run Chariots for Charks, getting caught in melee. They do start to wander away now. They take negative damage from that interaction. I'm sure they're feeling fine. More Crypt Horrors and the Skeleton Warrior summon fade away. They're caught in a rampage. Murderous Prowess is popped now, getting leadership and more stats. How much can the Dark Elves really churn through? They're currently slightly up on the balance of power. We do have a full health Cold Knight in the distance, and I wonder if Manfred has another Fate of Yuna off cooldown yet for them, or if he even feels like using it on that unit just yet. Black Ark Corsairs and Witch Elves should be able to win the infantry fight. It's all about whether or not the Mortis Engine can offer some support. Quick Breath Attack was aiming for the Dragon Lord while she was on the ground. Misses, just ends up poking Black Ark Corsairs for a little bit. Mortis Engine is rampaged by the Witch Elves. That's interesting. I don't think there's any punishment for it, really, but interesting. Down to 1/3 HP, trying to regenerate itself up. Oh, Scourge Runners have been poking it that whole time. This is probably where the damage is coming from. I think the Supreme Sorceress of Dark has a Soul Stealer up. Otherwise, I have no idea why she would be opting into a fight with Vargheists, with Manfred and more Vargheists nearby. It feels like both players have a similar read on that situation, so neither really opts into that fight. Just worrying about the Soul Stealer. Fate of Buna onto a Black Ark Corsair Handbow rather than the full health Cold Knight seems strange. That seems strange to me. Vargheists continuing to get shot by these other Handbows, and the Counts are having a bit of a struggle. They're not enjoying this too much. Scourge Runner's poking down Malekith a little bit more. They kind of need to focus up. They're spreading their damage a bit instead of constantly focusing on the Mortis Engine and just shooting the Mortis Engine and killing it. They kind of did the Mortis Engine, then are flipping to the Vargheists, then are flipping to Manfred. They need to kill something, because right now they're spreading out the damage so much that the Mortis Engine and Necromancer passive heals are getting spread out over the army too. When the shooty run gets did, phase kite tethered flying that can astral warp your caster salads. Croutons, what the fuck? What did I just read, Doomsage? What was that? Alright, Crypt Horrors get countercharged by Cold One Knights. This will tear them limb from limb, especially since I don't think they're in the Necromancer's range right now. They're not, so they have lower stats and less regeneration. Without him, they are just going to die, and that is a pretty big pick for the Dark Elves. Scourge Runners are almost out of ammunition. They're continuing to shoot at Malekith rather than finishing off that Mortis Engine. Again, something shot the Mortis Engine, lowered its HP, and then stopped shooting at it. I would like for them to just focus something down and actually finish it. Crypt Horrors barely clinging to life because crumbling is very cool, and Malekith is stuck on the ground yet again. Crypt Horror healing cap is within sight. She is trying to get away, and a nice breath attack from Malekith. Does Chark see it in time? He does not dodge in time, and almost an entire unit is deleted by that breath attack. We still have one healthy-ish Black Ark Corsair with some ammunition left to give, and we have a healthy Cold One Knight that I wonder if there's a Fate of Yuna for, and a Witch Elf. But the Dark Elves are running out of damage. Dark Dark Elves are running out of damage. Looks like this lady's walking up with the breath attack again. Manfred starts to dodge it, and the breath attack is canceled. And she is going to dive down on this guy. Again, I think she has a Soul Stealer up, and I think that's why she's opting to this fight. She's like, punish me if you can, I guess. Though I don't think a Soul Stealer is going to do enough damage. I think the Vargeist will survive through it and still get a pretty good value trade on its Supreme Sorceress of Dark. But the Soul Stealer is going to hit both Vargeist and Manfred's. It's overall pretty good cast. An overcasted Invocation Heck comes in for Manfred, but the overcast damage hits him too. So big bit of poke there. And the Cold One Knights are here. They are diving in. This could be a big moment for the Dark Elves to really clinch out this game. Skeleton Warrior Overcast Summon is down, not opting for the zombies. Wants to actually deal some damage. Black Corsair Hambos with one volley left, continuing to fire, but the Mortis Engine has been left alive this entire game. Heal cap is within sight, but it is still healing up. Manfred throws down a breath attack onto the healthy Dread Spear, wants to take them out of the fight. Golden Knight's down to half HP. Bounce power is still at about half, but at this point it's starting to favor the Vampire Counts. If these Vargeists can be rallied. Without the Vargeists, I do wonder what kills the Dragon Lady. Yeah. Without the Vargeist, I wonder what can kill the Dragon Lady, but there is no range left for the Mortis Engine, so the Mortis Engine can take care of everything besides the Giant Dragon Lord. Vampire Count's slightly ahead on the bounce of power. Dark Elves continuing to grind. Say the Dark Elves are clinching? Maybe. Maybe I did. What about it? Manfred's running away, and the Dragon Caster decides, fine, if you're going to run away, I'm going to breath attack your Mortis Engine. Nice big breath attack there. Mortis Engine clings to life. Vargeists are still chilling around. Crypt Horrors in the distance, rallied by Manfred. Where is your flag, little Vargeist? There you are. Healing cap very, very close. Looks like the Vargeists are going to fade away into nothingness as Manfred gets continually chased by the Dark Elf Caster. Throws an invocation on himself to heal up. And the Mortis Engine and Crypt Horrors stand ready. Can the Dark Elves really hang on? I don't know. Dragons chasing each other around. Saying, Bob's your uncle. Now comes a charge from the Scourge and Chariots. It's going to do so much damage. I barely even saw their health bar move. Oh, they're running away. Nice. Manfred looks like he's maybe trying to land. It's really hard to tell what's going on with his elevation right now, but a big Soul Stealer attempt does hit Manfred, and it hits both other single entities, so pretty nice stuff there from Sharks. You love to see it. And the Dark Elf Caster is chasing Manfred around, but there it is. There's the Fated Buna we were waiting on. Kind of surprised it didn't come earlier in the game, but with them at half HP with all those models, each of the models is taking the Fated Buna damage. They are going to start dropping like flies. Pretty soon the Dark Elves will be left with no cavalry left whatsoever. Mortis Engine is still here. It's still healing everybody up. It's still going to grind through the Dread Spears. And the Sorceress of Dark is just following Manfred around. She can't catch him. They're the same speed, and she's not getting like the charge buff you normally get for following somebody. Eventually, she's going to have to land. Now, for the Vampire Counts, there are just zombies down here. And the Crypt Horrors that are almost dead. So maybe it's not the worst thing in the world if she lands, but Manfred, does he have breath attacks left? He does not. Okay, the breath attack would definitely make this a little bit worse for the Dark Elf Lady to land. She gets one shot off onto Manfred. I don't even know if it hits, honestly. Black Corsair Hambos are back. Mortis Engine's still chilling. Crypt Horrors are still chilling. It looks like the Dark Elf Lady is going to dive in onto the Mortis Engine. Gets a nice chunk off onto it. Wants to make sure that she can take out at least one of the healing auras. And Manfred gets a countercharge onto her. But she gets off a huge Soul Stealer that is going to heal up all of the damage that has been done to her just now. Manfred is very close to his heal cap, so anything after this point is going to stick. There we go. He is officially heal capped. The Dragon Lady is down on the ground for good. The Crypt Horror is fading away, so soon that monstrous armor-piercing infantry presence will be gone. Mortis Engine doesn't matter nearly as much against the Supreme Sorceress. Necromancer also doesn't matter that much to her, so she's really all about taking out Manfred. Well, the Witch Elves are here, and this could be really dangerous. Manfred gets rampaged. She needs to take advantage of this. She needs to come over. She needs to come over and hit him while he's rampages. Melee defense is lowered by 10%, so I'm actually not noticing any of it. It looks like it's about 5, which is the Necromancer thing, but it looks like she's actually going to focus on the Mortis Engine. Oh, I wish she had gone for Manfred, because at this, like, the Mortis Engine has been left alive for far too long. It killed everything anyway, so you might as well have taken out Manfred rather than focusing on this Mortis Engine. He's already heal capped, so any poke on it, but now she's going in. He's still rampaging, but he's back up in the sky, and now he's fine, and we're just going to do the whole run around in circles thing again. Mortis Engine charges into Dread Spears. It's dead. Dark Elf Sorceress is chasing around Manfred. She should have another Soul Stealer in the back pocket because I don't see her healing cap yet. She hasn't used that many out of turn. This is very strange. Okay. Mortis Engine is going to charge. It looks like it's going to get rear charged by the Supreme Sorceress of Dark. Never mind, she goes back for Malekith, really trying to bait him in and misses her first attack. Manfred runs away again. And now she is going to dive on the Mortis Engine. Then she goes back up. She really just wants to hit Manfred, but you could have hit him when he was rampaging earlier. Waiting this long to start hitting him, it just seems silly to me. Like, earlier you wanted the Mortis Engine, now you want Manfred, but Manfred was rampaged back then. Now he's free to go. You're losing leadership the longer you stay in the sky. I don't understand. Like, I don't want to be an asshole, but, like, this Dark Elf game, there's been too many mistakes. Like, they keep doing this, where they, like, start to snipe something, and they don't finish it, and they let it rally and heal while they start to snipe something else. They need to just commit. They need to commit to something, finish something. It's bothering me. Now, Manfred is going to die. The Dark Elf caster is probably going to deal with that. There we go. Manfred's dead. That helps a lot. Her leadership is suddenly really, really bad, but as long as she can hold on, she's definitely going to win this game. The Mortis Engine is failing away. It has, it is crumbling. It's crumbling, so it's going to go away. Some of the healing goes away. The Necromancer's already heal capped. These are 3 zombies. She should be able to win. Can't Manfred land? He can. He didn't want to. Since she was the only unit for the Dark Elves on the map, the longer they stayed in the sky, the more her leadership dipped. At this point, I do think she just kills everything. Bap. 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 Wow, really? Okay, she's actually getting kind of low on leadership here as the zombies continue to fight. As long as the Necromancer is alive, the zombies do have 10 melee attack, which I guess is some. Are you serious right now? She can't kill the Necromancer? She can't kill the Necromancer? Alright. Okay, she got a good hit on the Necromancer that time. She gets another hit on him, gets another hit on him. Whittling him down, but her leadership's getting kind of scary low. There we go, Necromancer dies, and when he dies, Army Loss is going to hit. Goodbye, zombies. And the Dark Elves win. We do get a game 3. Risky for the Dark Elves there. 7,200 value on the Dragon Lord. Coldwind Knights struggled because they got Fate of Unit. Scourger and Chariots did fantastically. Blackheart Corsair Hambos did fantastically. Witch Elves and Dread Spears and the Black Corsairs did fine. For Berserk, 3,100 on Manfred. Mortis Engine, 2,100-ish. Vargeists together about 1,000, so didn't quite pay for themselves. Crypt Horrors did okay. Spearmen are chilling. Zombies did good. ZGG. So they're going to game 3. Alright. Now I will play a quick battle, because it was getting... I was like, this battle can't go for that much longer, can it? Can it? And it took forever, so sorry about that. God damn it. I'm so not used to playing quick battles, I can't even find the thing. Okay, I'm fighting Cohort. I don't know what they're going to use. I'm just going to play some Khorne. Nurgle versus Khorne. Well, fuck. Okay. That's not great. Are they going to blob, do you think? Are they going to blob, do you think? It is possible. What does the Chaos War Shrine of Khorne even do? You have to charge it up to get some weapon damage and melee attack. Well, that sucks. That is terrible. 2 skull cannons, some minos. We'll get some base-ass marauders just to be around. I will get a Chaos Warhound just to chase things off the map if we get to that point. And a Fury in case of some flyers. There we go. 0 gold spend. Scarbrand? No. Scarbrand's objectively trash versus Nurgle. It's upsetting how bad he is. Versus Nurgle. I mean, he's not a great lord in general, but there are a couple matchups where he's okay. Nurgle's not one of them. He's just asking for a bad time. Alright, someone send me a message. What is it? I find myself wanting to go play more Slanesh. Exalted Keeper of Secrets is a very fun unit. And now I just want to play Slanesh. Why can I not play more Slanesh? Enemy troop count 565. Why do people hate land battles? Land battles suck and stuff. Oh, well, quick battles you sometimes get tiny ass Nurgle blobs, probably. Oh well, we'll see if we can beat it. If not, then we lose. Game sucks. GG. Buy a different game. I'm gonna become a Super Mario Brothers streamer. Alright, if you have 500 units, you can prepare your build in 60 seconds. You're gonna be okay. If you can't prepare your build in 60 seconds, then I am concerned. If you have 500 fucking models, Jesus. Oh, it's some air cheese. Okay. Seems alright.
Making ground. Shield Maiden. Taking action.
Okay. So we'll try and get any damage value we can.
Certain death.
We need to punish the air blob while it's sitting in a nice tight pack.
Slaughter personified.
Demon shield wears off, we land.
Swiftly.
Okay.
For corn. Rage guides me.
Skull Cannon continues to do Skull Cannon things. The rest of you move up.
Valkia the
Valkia go back into flying mode and hit him in the mouth.
Master, behold.
Fleshy Abundance, ooh. Valkia land. Did you land too? Was that a whoopsie? Did you just do a whoopsie? Are you gonna fucking die? Minos, get him!
Reap skulls. Give
All right.
me glory. The Gore Queen.
Okay, don't know why those guys stopped. That does not appear to be kosher.
Court shows the way.
Okay, so these guys are clumped up. Those are chosen and Nurgle. Very nice. Rear charge from these dogs should have some pretty good effect on those Nurglings. Okay, and then my dogs, after they're done with that, do need to go back onto these guys.
Going.
Okay. Dogs, catch all these guys. This is a lot harder than you should have to work for a quick battle win. Jesus Christ.
To the fight. Valkyria the Bloody.
Okay. Stop crumbling. Stop crumbling. Stop it.
Glorious slaughter.
Ex-Father's Marauders!
Okay.
Witness my strength. Certain death.
Alright.
Reap
How did he take off that quick after being in melee?
It
Jesus.
is my will.
Wow.
Marauders are gone! Ex-Father's Marauders!
Making ground.
Alright. Back to shooting at the random sky things.
Swiftly. Court shows the way.
Skullcan continues to shoot up at
Shield
them.
maiden. Seeking the fight. Give me
We're back in the air. For now. You, turn around and deal with this. Valkyria will continue to battle for a bit. Valkyria is really trying to finish off these plague drones, but they're just going to keep getting healed. And we haven't even gotten enough kills for anything. We don't have a single horn of corn or nothing. Finally got these plague bears to start routing now. Good lord. Another locus of fecundity, healing them up. Minos need to fall back. Dogs can run at those marauder horsemen for a bit. And just continue fighting for a while. The cannon tries to do anything.
Valkyria the Bloody.
We got one of these guys to start routing for a second.
Rage guides me.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hit him. Gotta hit these stupid plague drones. Jesus. Okay, the Minos kind of lost the sauce.
Execute.
What does it take to crumble you people? Good lord.
Fury of Corn. Certain
This is
death.
the only thing we're gonna get. So I'll pop a Hornicorn here. But how did he just walk out of all my Minos? That bitch.
With haste.
Fleshy Abundance overcast.
Drag us to the thrones.
To the slaughter.
And the dogs failed to kill those skirmish cav. Gorgon is missing an awful lot of shots. Skull Cannon's doing its best.
This incidental.
Skull Cannon goes burr for a little bit while trying to get some melee stats back. Not melee stats, regen back. Of course the Bloodroot Behemoth misses another attack onto this guy with 86 melee attack and a bonus versus large. He still manages to miss him like half the fucking time.
The way. Murderous.
Move on them.
Master, behold.
Gorgon's still struggling to do anything ever. Valky's gonna fly over here. Gorgon, you need to really snipe out that guy.
For the kill.
Valkia fails her dive and just gets in the way. Gorgon continues to chase this guy around. Someday we'll actually deal with him. Holy shit, we killed those Marauder Horsemen. Valkia needs to run. This guy needs to actually take damage for once in his fucking life. Why are you walking alongside him? Turn and shoot him. Hit him, please.
To the fight. To the slaughter.
Of course he gets to take off because my Gorgon is a fucking idiot.
Corn shows the way. It is done.
And now my fucking Skull Cannon Chariot thing can't get through goddamn infantry. Cause that's pretty cool. Alright, Nurgle guy's back on the ground. Valkyria's up in the sky.
For corn.
Bloodroot Behemoth, please start attacking. Please start attacking. Dude, you need to swing. Swing! Swing at him! Yes!
Marauders of Corn. Merchants.
Yes!
Skulls and slaughter.
God damn it, he's gonna get away again. Once the Gorgon can get to him.
Hear the bloody.
I'm gonna use a precious shot on him. Please hit. Please hit. You hit! And he still rallies! Jesus Christ! Did you even hit? Yeah, you hit. Nice. Okay, so he died. Good lord. Plague Bearers are finally dying. Skull Cannon's chilling.
Axe fathers, marauders.
Move out.
And the Skull Cannon runs away. With ammo. I have Marauders coming.
Bloodletting.
It's literally impossible for you to swing. I see. It's your fault then. Oh my god.
It is my will.
Point blank range. Nice shot. Pretty decent shot.
Taking action.
Marauders are losing their will to fight before they even get here. Which is just classic them. As the Bloodroot Behemoth continues to fight. He clears the Skull Cannon some space. It runs away with another shot.
To the slaughter.
Okay, I do want to kind of get them while they're terror routing and see if I can turn it into a natural route. So I'm going to throw my Skull Cannon into melee. They're so close to natural routing. Yeah, there he goes. Okay. We got it. Easy. Because now the Skull Cannon can follow him.
Give me glory.
And the big boy can follow that one. And Valky has a Demon Shield in 25 seconds that she can deal with these Festering Stooges. But yeah, we're just following them off the map at this point. As long as you guys do your jobs. Holy shit! Okay, that was a struggle. But we got there. And I'm charging up ammo this whole time by chasing these Chosen, so. Of course you guys are terror routing, you dumb bastards. Demon Shield, can you save for a little bit? Jesus Christ. Okay, Demon Shield's wearing off, so I need to leave. I feel like that so much of the quick battles are bad as in the map's the size of the whole World of Warhammer 2 Eastern Front. Alright, there we go. Army losses. It's better than COD. 4,000 damage value for Valkia. 4,000-ish for the Blood Brute. The Minotaurs didn't have anything to fight. 3,100 for the Skull Cannon. 600 for the other one. The other side, Herald and Nurgle, 800. Chosen the Nurgle, almost 2,000 apiece. 2,500 for the Festering Stooges. 1,100. 1,500 for the Death's Heads. And some decent value for the Skirmish Cav. But if you look at the values that game and how much more value my army got than his, and yet it was still super close, that's kind of Nurgle in a nutshell. Okay. We are here. I just now, actually, yeah, 2 minutes ago, got the final replay. So let's do it. Berserk's on the left side. It's Ogres versus Lizardmen. And that is a Shredder of Lastria. Versus Ogres. That seems ballsy to me. Because don't they have... they have Lead Belchers, they have Crushers. I don't know. That sounds scary. But we'll see. I mean, the concept still stands. It's a low leadership faction. You offer healing to a giant monster. So let's see. For Berserk, we have 5 Gnoblars, 3 Gnoblar Trappers, Ogre Bulls, and Iron Guts along the back line. We have 1 Sabertusk pack, 2 Sabertusk packs, plus a Sky Strider, and a lot of Ogre Bulls. Looks like 4 Ogre Bulls, 4 Iron Guts. Scrag the Slaughterer with Troll Guts as his only spell. Okay. For Lizardmen of Charts, we have triple Skink Skirmisher, 1 Pterodon Rider, another Pterodon Rider, the Ripperdactyl Rider ROR, a Life Salon, a Revivification Crystal, the Shredder of Lustria, some Skinks with Jabs, and 2 Saurus Spears. Meanwhile, in the sky, we already have a half-health Pterodon Rider. Ooh, Pterodons too. I don't like Pterodons in Warhammer 3. I think they just do like literally 0 damage. Oh, Chark sent me the game 3 replay too. Okay. Nice. Let's see who wins this all. Gnoblar's getting awfully low, and if they even look at the Shredder the wrong way, once they got -8, they're just gonna route. There it is, -8 and route. These other Gnoblars also route before they even hit the front line. Oh, that's funny. And yeah, if the Gnoblars all route before the Ogres even get here, then they're going to solo charge Spears, and that's not going to work out for them very well. We'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, the Pterodons are still sitting above the Gnoblar Trappers, taking a good amount of damage. Charks will want to back them off soon. And the Shredder of Lustria about to get rear charged by some Iron Guts. Turns around, swipes at him. Life Salon is nearby. And I do think that these Crushers are going to have to do a significant amount of work to take down that Shredder of Lustria. Unfortunately for Berserk, he just didn't bring any Lead Belchers or anything. Oh no. Oh no. One Iron God's already down to half HP. Shredder Terror routes him off. I think there was a Blood Statue to spite on the Sky Striders. Didn't do that much damage because they have a low model count. Poke to poke. You gotta get through them eventually. Clawstone Hunter's probably looking for a rear charge in some of the Ogre type units, the large ones. But don't want to be in front of the Noblar Trappers, plus they're just chilling for now. Not bothering too much about their time. And wow. Alright, the Lizardmen ended up all on top of each other. What I wouldn't give for a Maw right now. Clawstone Hunters do dive in onto the Crusher ROR, and ow, 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 down to half HP for those guys. They're going to need a Troll Gut soon if they want to be revived, and it looks like they are getting one now. Is it Overcast or is it not? Yes, Troll Gut's upgraded, and the Massacre thing. The Ogre Army ability Tier 2 is popped to give everybody Terror, so they don't terror out away from the Shredder at this moment. But a big rout comes in for the Ogres. It is all the Lizardmen units are running besides the Shredder, the Slann, and the Revivification Crystal. And this could get risky if you have nothing to protect the Slann besides like the Shredder, obviously. But you could just like attack move onto the Slann, maybe take him out, take out that healing, and the Shredder would be left alone. So no infantry support whatsoever as the Ogres take it all out. It is a little brutal for our friends, the Lizardmen. Flesh to Stone, 66% physical resistance for that Shredder of Lustria. As he continues to go hog wild, I wonder if he worries about sniping out Scrag, or if he just lets him go. It looks like he is going to let him go, instead opting for an Earthblood as the Sky Striders surround him, as the Sky Striders are beating up, and this is exactly what we needed out of the Sky Striders, and they are doing the good work onto the Shredder of Lustria. If the Shredder can survive this, maybe it can carry the whole game, but this is exactly what the Sky Striders want to do. Revivification Crystal plus damage resistance auras coming out from the shield of the old ones. And here come the Clawstone Hunters again. There they are full HP. I thought they had been killed, honestly, since I hadn't seen them for so long. So maybe with the Clawstone Hunters rear charge here, you can kill the Sky Striders, and then your Shredder Illustria is completely unlocked to carry the entire game. But wow, those Clawstone Hunters are having a bad time with this fight. Down to 1/3 HP in the blink of an eye, and the Sky Striders are still about as healthy as we saw them when that rear charge started. And we have some Iron Guts terror routing off, Sabertusk terror routing off too, other Iron Guts routing as well. The Sky Striders are still there. Was Scrag the pick against the Red Crested King Chief? Yeah, he did well there last time, but I guess it's just for better melee stats. I don't know. Berserk is like literally the only person I see take Scrag, and he takes him a good amount. Clawstone Hunters are routed off, but thankfully for the Lizardmen, so are the Sky Striders. These guys with a Blood Statue, despite falling them off, they are already just about heal capped and under half HP. Without that constant presence, the Shredder can get a little bit of time to himself, a little bit of time to heal and bump and grind. Scrag is getting low as the Pterodons continue to poke away at him, but since his Sky Striders are heal capped, he probably has healing for himself just around the corner. I don't think the Pterodon poke is going to matter too much here. Shredder is also approaching his heal cap, and that is an ominous sign for the Lizardmen. That is a very ominous sign for Lizardmen. Sky Striders opting back into the fight. They're like, round two, how about you? The Shredder of Lustria needs to turn around. He needs to approach this threat, and he needs to deal with it as more Ogre Bulls are jumping in. I am extremely concerned the Lizardmen are about to lose this game here. Another Flesh to Stone is needed for the Shredder, but it's probably on cooldown as he goes down to half HP. Pterodons are still nearby and attempting to snipe Scrag, but it's really not going to work, and Berserk pulls out his Sky Striders. I don't think they took like any damage in that fight whatsoever, and they got a ton of value out. Another Earthblood getting danger close to heal capping the Shredder of Lustria. The Sky Striders are back in. They charge him in the buns. He misses his first attack onto them. He hits his next one, and he's starting to kill models. They're at 10 out of 12, but the Shredder's leadership's getting low. It even needs a Cold-Blooded to keep it in the fight. A Terror Rout is probably in the cards here for the Sky Striders. And the Revivification Crystal is also fighting them, but there's so many Ogres left. The Pterodons tried to dive Scrag. It isn't going to work. Ogre Bulls just peeled them off, immediately killing them. Balance of power shifts against the Lizardmen, and I definitely agree as the Sky Striders fight to the very end. Down to 1,000 HP, but the Shredder is down to 4,000, which is most of its stuff. It is about to get heal capped. Noblar Trappers with a ton of ammunition still firing at it. And also the Life Slon's getting real low, and I just don't see how the Lizardmen blob this out. Trapper's still firing at the Shredder. Life Salon's about to die too. Sky Striders are back somewhere. Or at least they should be. Oh, they're getting chased by Ripperdactyls. Gotcha. Scragops into the fight after the Shredder of Lustria is routed by all the Noblar Trappers. Yeah, he has nothing to worry about. This is over for the Lizardmen. GG. Whether you're Nurgle or Lizardmen, blobs cannot win games. You cannot blob your way through victory, my friends. No, blobs have been struggling though. Cycle charging is doing quite a good number on them these days. That'll be it. Berserk and the Ogres will clinch it to 2-1 and win the RTK's second land battle tournament. That'll be it for the stream so far. It was a 5-hour slugfest. Had some lag, had some desync issues, but we got through it. Goodbye forever, everyone. I'm gonna go have lunch. I'm done. Values, the Sky Striders 4,100, Noblar Trappers about 700 and 900 apiece. So yeah, they just took down that Shredder. Oof. GG, well played. On the other side, Shredder got 4,100 value. Ripperdactyls and Pterodons did okay. Anything on the ground got bodied by the Ogres. Le GG. Have a nice rest of your day, you too, it's Izzy. You too, buddy. Goodbye.